Hello, everybody, and welcome to this very special stream. I know I didn't stream the past couple of weeks. I ended up having to test something out during the weekend after Recipe for Disaster stream. So yeah, I ended up being a little tired last Monday. So I couldn't do retro night, and then um, also I did, and then all. Also, I decided to just try and get the first draft of my book finished. So yeah, I ended up canceling last Friday's stream, and was also a little busy earlier this week, so that's why I didn't do any streams earlier this week. And also, but I did manage to go to Lilac Festival almost a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, it took an hour for me to find parking in downtown Calgary. Yeah, totally. It was hard because with free street parking there on Sundays, yeah, it was tough. But I was able to find parking. Then I went to Lilac Festival, and there was just so many vendors and so many people on the street that yeah, I couldn't get a lot of vendor photos. But I was able to get some photos of the concerts happening there, at least when I was there, as well as photos of food of the newer food carts that I hadn't seen before. Some of the food carts that were there I'd already seen at other events, so I didn't bother taking those pictures. But there were some other food carts I hadn't seen before, so I took those pictures. Then also, yeah. So and as it turns out, I did get enough photos, and enough turned out okay that there'll be a photo editing stream of the Lilac Festival photos. But you'll notice, but if you notice in my live notification. I'm not editing those Lilac Festival photos today. I'm editing the kayak competition photos today. Um, and yeah, I'm actually a lot later than I usually am for a photo editing stream. It took me a little while this morning to finally be able to get down and have breakfast. But anyway, here we are. We'll be into the photo editing stream today. Now you'll notice I'm on the PC, not on the MacBook, and the reason, and actually this is part of my full disclosure. You've noticed this since late January on the bottom right. The On1 and DxO logos. I have brand partnerships with On1 and DxO, so um, yeah, I'm using, and these are photo editing. So these are the companies that make these some of the photo editing software that I use. So yeah, if you happen to buy something like whether by clicking the panels or if it shows up in chat or and with On1 if you use also my promo code, uh, I will get a commission for each sale. So yeah, I have the brand partnerships with them, and what happened was like I was asking for the um, uh, from DxO the activation code for Nick Collection 6, and I promised them that I'd like to show off Nick Collection 6 because I was planning to do a photo editing stream and give it to me. So, because Nick Collection 6 and the newer versions of Photolab and Viewpoint and Film Pack and On1 Photo Raw don't work on my MacBook because it's a 2012 MacBook Pro. Um, and It's not able to run a lot of the newer software. I installed all the new DxO and um, run one software on the gaming laptop here. So in order to be able to show off the new versions of Photolab and On1 and yeah, Nick Collection 6, I have to do the stream on the gaming laptop here. Also, download a free trial for Affinity Photos, so that way I could actually, in case there's any dust spots that need to be removed, I'll actually be able to do that because you'll know this from all my photo editing streams on the MacBook. I use Affinity Photo to do the final touch-ups like the dust spot removal and removal of any people who shouldn't be in the picture. You know, with that software, so that way I can actually do that on the PC. I download the free trial because Affinity Photo is now available also on PC. This is actually the new version of Affinity Photo. As you can see, Affinity Photo 2, the one on my uh, MacBook is Affinity Photo 1. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll get into the photo editing now. It loads up soon. Uh, oh, there we go. uh, oh, there's a lot of photos, so we'll get through as many as we can. Um, I don't think there's gonna be any dust spot removal here. Okay, so here's the first photo here. Um, it loads up. Okay, here we go. Um, and as you can see, it's similar, but this is the On1 Photo Raw 2023. I think the one that I have on my MacBook is On1 Photo Raw 2019, and you can see it's pretty similar, but there are some differences as you can see. These sliders look a little different, and I think there's some new effects in there. Check. Oh, and you can apply the mask to there, and as you can see, it, so there's some new masking tools there. I know there's AI masking. That actually that AI masking I think was already in on one Photo Raw 2019, but I never used it. Um, Looks like the effects are the same, but we won't be doing any effects here, mainly because since this is a sports photo, yeah, you don't want any effects. And with the sports photos, you don't want to do too many effects here. Um, okay. Oh, okay. So that's what it was. What was that? Okay, so this is just uh, the top of yeah, the top of the little thing that they set up to hold up the gate there. And this is just somebody practicing. I think when I got there, they were just hadn't started the second set of the first run competition, so they just had some people practicing. Okay, and the first thing that you have to do is you have to make sure that there's no chromatic aberration, the fringing, the green and purple and pink and all that. So um, check. And this is actually the first time in a long time that I used the 70 to 300 lens that I have as part of my photography kit. Doesn't look like there's any chromatic aberration here. Doesn't look like there's any chromatic aberration here, so we're good. And yeah, you can see the Tamron 70 to 300 there. And this is the first time actually that I've used the 70 to 300 lens um, uh, in a long time. And yeah, that was the only lens that I had attached to my camera because that was the only lens that made sense for this thing because, well, as you can see with these kayakers, 70 to 50, 17 to 50 lens wouldn't have made sense because yeah, this is at 125 millimeters. So imagine 17 to 50 if this guy already looks that far at 125 millimeters. Imagine how much further away he would have looked at it with the 17 to 50 millimeter lens. Okay, so didn't see any fringing there. I'll just check because sometimes it's on the rocks. Oh, so there's no fringing. And as you can see, it was a bright sunny day, and the good thing is there was no smoke. So far this in the spring since the beginning of May, because of so many wildfires going on, there's been a lot of smoke here. So some days it's just been completely smoky skies. Can't go out. So and luckily on this day there was no smoke, so that's a very good thing. Um, lower the exposure a bit because it was pretty bright. Do a little bit with the contrast there. Well, no, we don't want to increase the highlights. We'll decrease them a bit. Midtones a little bit. Shadows. The white. So now we want to recover the highlight hue. Decrease the blacks. See what we can do to get his face a little bit. Don't really need too much structure because again, this is a sports photo, so you don't want you don't want yeah, you don't want too much on there. Don't want flash. It wasn't cloudy. Shade? No, that doesn't make sense. And then the shade. Okay, so we'll do daylight. Saturation a little bit. Increase the vibrance. This is the. I'll be honest. This is the first time I've actually used on One Photo Raw 2023. Wait, it's not the first time I've used on One Photo Raw 2023. I did use it because, like, if you notice on my um, wait, okay, control, and then use the mouse wheel. Okay. Face spot. So okay. Oh, okay. That. Wait to remove this. The first time I've actually used this thing, so yeah. That okay. That's not what I want. Okay, so we'll go into effects. Um, hold on. I don't remember what I. E? Tone enhancer. Here we go. No, it's not the first time that I've used on One Photo Rod 2023. If you follow my Instagram and my TikTok, uh, also on Facebook, I've taken some pictures because I also have a brand partnership with Fanatics. Yeah, stuff from Fanatics, and I've taken pictures of that, make the posts as per, so that way. And then ask. Okay, there we go. And it is the same. The bracket keys on a PC. I don't want his face to be completely dark. Oh, it. Try painting in and see if that works. Um, something here. A way to show the mask. Hold on. View, view it. See. I'm going to use the brush. Increase the mask color in this one. No mask? Okay, that don't show the mask then. Grayscale. Oh, there we go. Okay, that might be what I'm looking for. Okay, okay, so now, this, and like that. So, that. That, okay. Right. Excuse me, we just have some water here. Alright, so okay. Now we don't have to show it. We'll go back to view mode here. Oh, we don't want to be like that or completely like that. Go back to the mask. In case you're wondering, on a PC, what I'm pressing, or to change that plus to a minus, I'm using the Alt key. Looks like photo editing on a PC, the Alt key is equivalent to the Option key on a Mac. Right. Don't need that. Oh, there we go. Shadows, maybe? Like that? Okay. Let's out from the mask. I'll show. Hold on. Let's try and that. Okay, there we go. And that'll be fine. Okay. So, like I had mentioned this before on my other photo editing streams, that if you want to get it back to the original, image like this, you do on a Mac it's Command 0, on a PC it's Control 0, so that's what I did. So, yeah, looks like that's all we need. Okay, let's see. So, that'll be fine. Alright, so we'll put this into... No, not there. Gotta be in here, and in here. That one. So we'll export that. A little different, definitely a little different, those things. Okay. Now we go to the next one, so I guess we have to go back to the browser here. Right, and so there he is trying to go through the gate now. Like, in that practice, like it's still this guy's practice run. Uh, and then control and mouse scroll. So, like on Mac, differences are pressing the control key instead of the command key. Okay, and this is the guy in his practice run trying to go through the gate. And in case you're wondering where Harvie Passage is, it's by Pierce State Park. There used to be a weir around that area. Uh, 10 years ago, 10 years ago, the city of Calgary uh, actually wanted to allow people to be able to properly float down the river, uh, down the Bow River. So they created this Harvie Passage, and this Harvie Passage has a set of rapids, and you think these rapids are very tough. These are the easier set of rapids, apparently. There's another part of the river on the like, on the other side of this grassy area that apparently has harder rapids. So, and this was held on the inner rapids by Pierce State Park on the along the Bow River. Um, a lot of people who are um, kayak enthusiasts really enjoyed this. Really like using this as a kayak spot, and I think ever since Harvey Passage was created, the people who created the Harvey Passage Open, um, or who organized Harvey Passage Open, use this every year now for their kayak competition. Um, I don't know if you'll see it later on in the stream today, but there's also there were also paddle boarders who competed, and at least from the ones that I saw, none of them uh, made it past this first set of rapids, or not the first set of rapids. They all made it past the first set. They didn't make it past the second set here. Um, so yeah, I can imagine it's pretty tough to make it past a series of or stay on a paddleboard when you're going through all these rapids here. We'll lower the exposure there, contrast a little bit, increase those highlights, midtones a bit, shadows a bit. Shadows a little bit, those blacks a little bit, for that. Don't really need any structure, but a little bit of haze removal. um, Daylights will that, saturation, vibrance, okay, and yeah, we don't have to do that. We don't really have to do any sharpening here. Yeah, I don't think we need any effects, so I'll show off some collection six. I'll show it off a little later. I wanted to show it off right now. Um, so those two are there. Yep, those two pictures are there. They Oh, there they are. All right. Um, now the next one, and there he is. In his practice run, finally making it through the gate. Yeah, and I think this guy kept trying to, like in kayak competitions. Oh, thank you for the bits, Chrissy. I really appreciate it. Hope your day is going well. And I think in his practice run, what he was trying to do was avoid the gates because in kayak, if you touch the gate, that's I think a time penalty or something like that because you have to make it through the gate. Well, that's good to hear your day is going well. Yeah, because as you're going through the gate, you have to make it through without touching the poles here, and otherwise, like, I don't know if we'll make it that far. But the gesture that the official or that the race officials make is they put their hand up to indicate a penalty. I think it's a time penalty that they add on. Um, and what I found out yeah, for me, kayaking, yeah, I would have a lot of trouble with kayaking myself. Um, yeah, I would have a lot of trouble with kayaking myself, Christy. Yeah, I wouldn't go whitewater rafting either. Yeah, that's just too scary for me. Uh, yeah, these people probably spend a lot of time practicing to get the to actually try at least to make it through the gates. And like I found this out from like I just happened to overhear this conversation between two people there, and I think one guy is an expert in kayak competitions, and he was explaining to another person who asked him how the whole thing works. And with the green ones, you go straight through, and the green gates go straight through, and then the red gates you have to go the opposite way, so you have to go against the current. So you go with the current in the green gates, and then when you come across a red gate, you have to go against the current through it. And yeah, it requires a lot of strength and a lot of practice here. And yeah, Christy, imagine if, like I mentioned this like a little earlier, but yeah, there were some paddle boarders who competed in this, and at least from from the ones that I saw, none of them made it past the second set of rapids. Yeah, it is probably really tough staying on a paddle board, um, going down a bunch of rapids, and especially if the rapid just comes like that at you. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that requires a lot of bravery to be able to go into the paddleboard uh, down a set of rapids. Yeah, uh, yeah, I don't know if any after I had left this competition because when I left, I and I was going home, I started noticing that some clouds were building up for rain. So, yeah, yeah, I don't know if there were any other paddleboarders, and if there were, if any actually made it past the second set of rapids. But yeah, that's a challenge going down rapids on a paddleboard. Alright, so we'll decrease the exposure there. Um, we'll increase the contrast just a little bit. I want to increase the highlights. Mid-tones a little bit. Just increase the shadows a little bit. Right, and then and blacks here. We're gonna have to do a little tone enhancement on the guy's face. I have to increase overall the. Oh no, no, it just so happened. I was selecting something. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a little tone enhancement because the guy's face is a little dark as you can see. So mask. Well, actually, no. Copying the mask wouldn't have made any sense. Hurt. Let's show the mask. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, so we'll paint in on his face here, so that way not too dark. So as you can see, editing photos on a PC versus on a Mac, it's except for maybe some of the keys that you press, it's pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much very similar. Okay, so size a little bit. Zoom in a little bit more so that we get his ear properly. That. And okay. So we'll go back to view mode and then zoom in like that again. And okay, here's the exposure. Just a bit. That. 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 Okay, there we go. Now, for this, oh, there it is. And yeah, those of you who have seen me edit the photos on the MacBook, you'll see that there's a there's some differences with exporting, even with on one photo raw between on one photo raw 2020 and on one photo raw 2023. On one photo raw 2023, there is no separate or there is a separate window, I should say. This is 2023 and 2020. There is no separate window. The naming is a little different. You can see and all this other stuff though. It's pretty much the same if you want to do all this, like resizing of the computer, of the program, do some sharpening. If you want to add a watermark, if you want. And now. I will go this next one. Alright, and there he is as well, at least here he made it through the gate, and then had some issues. I think he had some issues avoiding touching the gate then as he turned. As he turned, kept touching the gate here. He had a lot of trouble trying to avoid the gate. Turn down that exposure a little bit. Contrast, yeah, it was definitely a bright sunny day, so so sometimes yeah, the exposure can be increased a lot. Right, so midtones a bit, increase the shadows, down those whites, and then that's will turn down. That's a piece of water, yeah. So the piece of water, I don't think really increase any exposure on his face there. Right, and we'll export that. And then here's there's another guy who's just well, I think he's just or here's somebody else who's I think just practicing just for competing, just kayaking along the river. In another area, and see 130 millimeters. That's as close as I could get it. See if there's a way to. Whereas I'll do that. Actually, you know what? I can see what I can do. Oh, here it is. The healing brush. Okay, so that's the eraser. Okay, and use that. Size a little bit. Right, and maybe decrease the size a little bit, and hope for the best that properly that on the side. It's actually not too bad. All right. I noticed that there was a guy's hand in there, but yeah, as you can see, just practicing, figuring out how to maneuver on the river before competing. Okay, and so we'll decrease the exposure there, contrast a little bit. I want to just the highlights there, midtones, shadows a little bit. I want to increase the whites there. Um, that and blacks a little bit. We'll save. I just remembered that I think I forgot. Got something else. This one. I had put into the effects, and I forgot to do another thing. We'll go back in there, and sure enough, yep, I forgot to adjust the white balance. A little extra saturation, not too much vibrance. Right, so we'll try this again. I just remembered that. Anyway, did I remember to do that on the other two pictures? Okay, so we'll do that. Well, there's a way to do this. Down to there. Go in here. So we can just do that, and this is how you can delete some things. Way to rename. We'll rename that. Oh, that. Go back in here. Here. Right. Don't really need any structure. Much ease removal. That's what happens when you go all the way that way, and that's what happens when you go all the way that way. So you don't have to go too far with that. We'll go daylight filter here for the daylight white balance. That. Alright, so import it. Go back. Yeah, sometimes when you have to go back and edit photos because you forgot something or something like that, yeah, that's how you do it. You can file here and rename it this way. That. Right, so now let's go back to this photo here. Yeah, I did use. Yeah, I was mentioning how this isn't the first time. This is actually the third time that I've used on One Photo Raw 2023. Um, yeah, because there were two other times that for my brand partnership with the Fanatics, I had taken the photos of some of the stuff I had bought from there, and so to edit the photos, I had used on One Photo Raw. Uh, I'd use on One Photo Raw in here, and the main reason was so that way I would be able to familiarize myself with it, and then also yeah, with uh, the DxO software, I did play around a little bit with some older photos, so yeah, I've just so that way I familiarize myself with it. So we'll cover the highlight hue here. Too much there. That. The daylight filter, or the daylight white balance, I should say. Don't have to do too much here. Yeah. Don't really have to do too much else. Alright, so for that. And okay, so we'll go on to the next photo. Gotta make sure again that there's no chromatic aberration here. Okay, so no chromatic aberration, right? And exposure a bit. Extra contrast. Highlights. Or lower the highlights, increase the midtones a bit. Shadows a bit. And whites. Blacks a little bit. Right, and that structure, and with the haze. Oh, okay, so you have to be careful where you're scrolling your mouse wheel because it can actually, you have it right there. You scroll the mouse wheel, it can actually increase and lower these sliders, and then you have to again hunt for where it is you actually set it. So we'll do that. That. We'll export there. Right, and we'll export there. Okay. Right, so now this one is just all these people doing some practicing and just trying to familiarize themselves with where the gates are. Till there's because this is yeah, this is well, they are competing, but yeah, they can still be friends. So yeah, they're just talking to each other. Don't know what they are talking to each other. Uh, yeah, they're trying to familiarize themselves with the course and with the river and how to navigate everything. All right, so we'll want to decrease the exposure just a bit, contrast a little bit, highlights, midtones here, shadows here, whites here, and not too much with the blacks here. Some, well, this is more of like just casual, not somebody actually competing or somebody doing a hardcore practicing. We don't really have to try and increase the exposure there. Okay. So before I forget, that, a little bit of that. Okay, we'll do some daylight there. Okay, a little saturation, vibrance, and oh yeah, for the highlight hue. We'll export that. Right, so now we can move on to the next one. Alright, so now with this one, okay. We increase the exposure, you see what happens. We increase the exposure in bright sunlight. You see, this is why bright sunlight maybe a better idea depending on the situation to decrease exposure, because you see increased exposure and this is what happens when it's bright sunlight. You see how the river and the rocks there and all that suddenly become very overexposed. So yeah, that's why you want to, why in bright sunlight or editing the photos, you might want to lower the exposure. Okay, so that comes a bit, increase the shadows a bit. Whites, blacks a bit, right, and that with the structure and the haze. Oh yeah, highlight hue here. Or there, yeah, that's a little better. All right, and got the daylight, white balance, saturation a bit, vibrance a bit there, and export it now. Right, and and there's two more people, and this is I think like after the end of the course. These two are just hanging around and just practicing on the how to paddle along the river. I think they're just talking there. Right, so exposure a little bit with the contrast, highlights, midtones a bit. Okay, and then want to decrease those whites. Here's what happens when you increase the whites. It's almost the same effect as increase the exposure. As you can see, all the things get highly overexposed, so that's why you try and decrease the whites, decrease the blacks. And actually, I saw a lot of people were competing, having this little, I don't know what that's called, some kind of paint on their faces. Something tells me it's similar to the eye black that you see a lot of the baseball players and the football players. And when there's those outdoor hockey games, the hockey players put on to kind of reduce the glare from the sun as they're competing. And in this case, the glare also from the water. Because, yeah, if you've ever been at a beach or along any body of water, it doesn't matter if it's a river, ocean, lake, anything, any body of water during a bright sunny day, yeah, that could be, depending on how the sun hits the water, there can be pretty bad glare that results from there. So, yeah, I can so yeah, I think this is to also protect them from the glare that comes onto their eyes. Right. We'll do like that. Okay, and no, it wasn't cloudy. It was a bright sunny day. And we don't need too much saturation. Don't need too much vibrance. All right. Oh yeah, I did. I don't know if I mentioned about my book. I don't know if I mentioned the major update about my book. Yeah, the first draft is done. I finished that last weekend, and yeah, now it's in the editing process. My brother will be yeah, doing the editing. So, and yeah, the editing process can take a while. Yeah, that editing process can really take a while. Yeah, so I don't actually know exactly when the book will get published and be available for purchase, but when it is available for purchase, I definitely will let you all know. And yeah, you might see it in chat as well. Yeah, and you might see it in chat as well through Nightbot. Yes, good old trusty Nightbot. Oh, all right, so this is another one. They're just talking again, as you can see, at the end of the course, or after the end of the course. I think this is close actually to this ramp area where you can either get off your boat or get onto your boat as you're floating down the river. One thing about the Bow River is yeah, it connects to the South Saskatchewan River, which connects to the Saskatchewan River, which eventually flows all the way to Hudson Bay. So yeah, if you wanted to go to Hudson Bay that way through the through the river by floating down it, yeah, you could do that. But yeah, I'm sure it would require a lot of patience to be able to do that. So we'll exposure a bit, contrast a bit. And also, as you can see, increasing the highlights when there's bright colors, you see how it kind of washes out a lot of the other dark colors that are there. That's why you want to try and decrease the highlights in those types of situations. When like a bright sunny day, um, even a cloudy day, because like on a bright sunny day, like you want to definitely decrease the highlights. And especially in nature photos, and I think you've seen this more 2 years ago because yeah, last year all my photo editing streams involved various events. Yeah, 2 years ago you saw me decreasing the highlights, and you saw why. It brought out a lot of the skies. So, and it the same reason here, like especially on a bright sunny day, yeah, it brings out a lot from the water, from any uh, various detail on various objects that are in the photo. Increase the midtones. And yeah, as you can see, this is what happens when you completely go to 100 for the plus 100 for the shadows. You see how it completely uh, washes out everything else. So yeah, that's why you don't want to go that high. That's why you want to go as high as it'll show everything, but not too high that it washes everything out. And we'll go whites here. And yeah, with blacks, not that much. Okay, that much will work. Yeah. There. There. I'll do there. Not too much here. Alright, so you know what? Let me just check something before I go to uh, let's make sure there's no chromatic aberration there. It's usually one of the first things that you would want to check when editing photos, but actually the chromatic aberration is I haven't had too many problems with the chromatic aberration with the 70-300 lens. It's more with the 17-50 lens that there's a lot of chromatic aberration. Um, but still, a good idea to check. And one thing when you use these long telephoto lenses, and there's also 150 to 600 millimeter lenses, so is also applicable to that. You have to make sure you don't zoom in too close, otherwise you might not get the um, because you might not get the whole uh, thing that you're trying to capture, the whole action or the whole object or whatever it is you're trying to take a photo of. Um, so yeah, that's something that yeah. So that's something that you just have to sometimes play around with until you get where you actually want the zoom to be. Like this one is at, as you can see, 92 millimeters. Able to, and I think this is the first set of rapids actually on the course. First set of rapids on that part of Harvie Passage, and an interesting place to put the gate where you have to go against the current in order to get through it. Yeah, you see, as you can see, 82 millimeters. And sometimes with action, with taking pictures of sports or any other action, sometimes it's just trial and error to figure out what works because the action moves so fast that sometimes you can't really zoom in more, or if you try and zoom in more, it ends up being too close. Alright, so we'll decrease the exposure there. Just the contrast there. Yeah, this is and like with water and like with highlights against water, as you can see, the waves don't show as well when uh, the highlights are in the very high in the positive, but as you can see, they show a lot better. The highlights are brought down like that. Midtones, a little bit of shadows, whites, and blacks like that. Right, and recover the highlight hue. This isn't since this isn't really a picture of the um, river itself. Yeah, we don't really have to do too much with the structure there. Light here. Just that much for saturation vibrance. Okay. Oh, I just realized that this is also my first photo editing stream in HD at 720p, 60 frames a second. Um, yeah, so because for those of you who are on my photo editing or have been here for the photo editing streams the previous 2 years when I did them exclusively on the MacBook, the uh, photo editing streams were all at 480p, 30 frames a second. So yeah, this is the first HD photo editing stream that I've done. Yeah, so as you can see, just in the top left corner here, see that green gate? Yeah, they go through the rapids. Um, that green gate, and then they have to go against the current right at the rapids through the red gate. Yeah, yeah. Sometimes these kayaking competitions can definitely be challenging. So there's the exposure. Okay, there's the contrast. For the highlights, midtones a little bit, shadows a little bit, whites a little bit, blacks. That. And oh yeah, I should let you know that I won't have what is it? Hold on, Lens Flare Studio, and I'll show up in here because Lens Flare Studio is a Mac only software. Yeah, they didn't make anything for Windows, so yeah, if there ever, if in a future photo editing stream I find a situation where I could add some sun flare, it would have to be. Oh, actually click something. Hold on, everybody. Yeah, so I clicked, what is it, resize. I want to turn off. Way to. Hold on, is there a. Well, then I'll figure out what. I want to do resize. Hold on. I actually clicked resize, so. Oh, cancel. So. Cancel. Okay, we'll have to do all that again. Luckily, there wasn't a lot of editing that I did on that photo. Uh, but yes, yes, it doesn't matter whether on PC or Mac, you always have to be careful where you click. Um, well, thank you for still being here, Christy. I really appreciate it. Come on, let's... Okay, there we go. Yeah, so yeah, it doesn't matter PC or Mac, you still have to be careful where you click. Oh, it saved my... Okay, that's good, that saved those changes at least. I don't know if I made it to the structure. Oh no. I accidentally clicked on resize. Right, so... Yeah, like that. Yeah, there's something else that we need to do. And yeah, don't worry, I'll get around to showing you some parts of Nick Collection 6. I'm just looking for the right photo to show it off on. Oh, okay. I guess I keep forgetting that the export on this one on the PC is a lot faster than on the Mac. Because usually it's only now that it is usually done. So yeah, it's something I have to get used to. Right, and I think this is the same guy going down the course, further down the course from those rapids. So yeah, right, and we'll go. And we'll lower those highlights here. We'll increase the midtones here. Shadows here. Down the whites. Turn down the blacks. Oh. Okay. And that's why sometimes I go here, because I try and use the mouse wheel and it catches this slider rather than just scrolling down. So I'll increase the structure a bit, haze a little bit, and do a daylight here. Okay. Oh, I want to do that. Alright, and export. Okay, and we'll export that. Alright, so that's so that one is done. Right, and now this guy, and this is and what I did with a lot of this was yeah, I can't tell because I remember I put it in AFS mode or I forgot because it had been a while since I had taken action pictures. Yeah, I forgot that it was in AFS mode, but it had worked out, and then I put in AFC, and then also I had then chosen shutter priority 1/500th of a second. Then also I chosen the high continuous mode, so up to 6 frames per second, so that way I could get much of the action as I could, just because of how fast they are. And yeah, the faster the shutter speed, more likely you're able to stop the action. And as you can see, sometimes yeah, as you can see with the action moving fast, you just do the best to freeze the action. So we'll lower the exposure there. Increase the contrast a little bit. We'll do that. Midtones here. Shadows a bit. Increase those whites a bit. Increase the blacks a bit. Oh yeah. Not too much structure here. And is a little bit. We'll do daylight there. And saturation a bit. Vibrant spin, I think. So I thought I forgot. All right, and export that. Oh, looks like the export is already done. And yeah, here's the same guy, and he's and he's same guy, and check to make sure that it is the same guy. So it is. I mean, and let's see. Yeah, it is the same guy. Just had to make sure of that it was the same guy, and that's the same guy going through a gate. Yeah, I remember one of the gates. It was interesting because you see those two quick gates. Um, at that end of the river, or right after the first set of rapids. Then I think there might have been another gate. And then they put one gate way at the other end there of this side of Harvie Pass at this part of Harvie Passage, and then and then yeah, and then they put this gate. Here, the one that you have to go against the current. So yeah, there are those two quick ones right near the first set of rapids, and then I think there was another gate, and then way at this other end, there's this gate that you have to go against the current. So yeah, that I think added a little bit of degree of difficulty. Now imagine the paddle boarders having to do all that. Increase the exposure a bit, contrast it a little bit. Down those highlights, midtones, shadows, whites. So, um, add just a little bit of that, that, that for the for the white balance, the daylight, much saturation or vibrance. But we will have to increase the exposure on his face just so in that way. Um, we'll have to increase the exposure just so in that way his face a little bit more visible. Okay, and we'll do that and invert. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah, just using the, and just like on the Mac, in case you're wondering how I'm able to navigate the picture like this, not quite. Well, not sure if it's the same. If I zoomed in like that. Anyway, in case you're uh, okay, let's try this again. Zoom in. Uh, hold on. Hold on. Let's zoom in like that. Uh, okay, let's see if we can zoom in. Okay. Right. Now, let's try this again. Anyway, in case you're wondering how I was able to navigate the um, picture like that, it's just like on the MacBook where there's a where if you have a laptop, you have that trackpad. Yeah, just the two fingers to do that. Um, okay, like that. His face, so now we can see. It's, see his face. That. Um, that. Then what we'll do is, so that we don't get any of the water, oh, so we don't get any of the water included here. This. And yeah, we want to do like that. Like that. Alright, yeah, sometimes the masking occurs very precise. I'm just seeing if there's a way to show the mask on the bottom here. Okay, I'm just around. Got it all. So 0. All right. Go to view mode, and here's what we do. So let's increase the exposure just a bit. Relax just a little bit. The shadows just a little bit, like that. And you can see this isn't as dark now. Right now we'll export that. Alright, so now we back into the browser here. Alright. And I think, yeah, this is the guy going, I think, further down the course. Yep. Yep, that's him going further down the course. I'm just looking to see, oh, oh. Yeah, okay, I'm just looking to see, because that show mask button was down there, and somehow, that wasn't... Just wondering why the show mask view is suddenly not there. Um, okay, anyway, we won't worry about that. Okay, so now this next picture, yeah, I think is further down the course. I don't know exactly it's doing there, but anyway, it's further down the course. Doesn't look like he's going down through the river or through the gate the proper way. Like he's going against the current, not with the current. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. Um, I will turn down those highlights there. Now, midtones, shadows a bit, whites, all those blacks a bit. We'll have to that. Daylight. White balance there, and now saturation a little bit, decrease the vibrance. And okay, so we'll increase again the exposure for his face there. Alright, so going here, have to invert that since there for some reason to find out. Anyway, probably want to use that. We'll do like that here. And as you can see, you have to try and get it as close as you can. Try not to miss anything. And this. Okay, now something. Oh, okay. You try and do it precision here. And then like that. And like that here. Okay. And we'll do like that. Oh. I think. So now, exposure a little bit. Okay, that'll do. That'll be fine. Shadows a little bit. Blacks a little bit. That. Yeah, so yeah, now as you can see, his face isn't as dark, so export that. I can export that now. And we'll export that. Alright, so back in here.
Hello. Hi there.
Alright, so now go in here and unless he was already at the end of the course, I don't know. Alright, so there he is now trying to go through the gate there, or he already went through the gate, I'm not sure. Unless he was practicing here, I don't know. But anyway, we'll decrease the exposure there, then we'll do that. Then we'll decrease the highlights like that. We'll decrease the midtones there. Or not decrease the midtones, increase the midtones. Increase the shadows. We'll do like that. And we'll... Okay, and like that. Okay. And... I'll do like... Not too much structure there. We'll decrease the haze a little bit. Alright. Okay, so we'll do like that. So we'll increase the saturation there. A little bit of the vibrance, and yeah, we'll have to do something about increasing, guess we'll do something, we'll have to do that. Alright, so the mask, And
Right?
alright, and we'll do. Hold on. Oh, I want to invert. Okay, there we go. I was wondering, why isn't it working? And yeah, now we know why it wasn't properly working. Alright, so there we go. And do like that. Okay, and do here. And edit that. Or not edit that, we'll mask there. And here. Alright. Alright, so we have that. Alright, so. Okay, there we go. And I think we're okay here. So we'll do that. And here. Okay, so we'll increase the exposure a little bit there. Increase that a little bit. Increase that. We'll see how it looks. Okay, yeah, that looks better. That definitely looks better. So we'll export now. And yeah, so we'll export that. Okay, so all right, so let's see. Okay, so this is another guy who's competing in. I think okay, he's going through the first set of rapids there. Let's. Wait, let me just see. He's going through the first set of rapids, or is this at the top of the course? I remember I took a few photos of people at the top of the course. Let me just check to make sure I got him in the right spot. Let's see. That might have been at the top of the course. Yeah, that definitely might have been at the top of the course there, or maybe after the first set of. Actually, no, I think this is the top of the course. Because yeah, there were two gates pretty quickly at the top of the course there, and then there was another set of rapids. Or not another set of rapids, but yeah. Yeah, I think that was at the top of the course there. There were two gates really quickly, and then you saw those two gates there. The one where the through the rapids you go with the current through the gates, and then have to go up the. You have to basically go against the current to get through the next gate. Yeah, this I think is at the top of the course there. So, alright, so here's the exposure here. Guess we'll do that for the contrast. We'll turn down the highlights. We'll increase the midtones a bit, a little bit of the shadows. Turn down the whites a little bit. And turn down the blacks. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think we really need to increase the exposure of his face here. Oh, no. So we do this. Come on. There we go. And then just a little bit of structure. Turn on the haze a little bit. That'll do daylight. That'll do saturation. There's the vibrance. You know what? I think here I'll show you the new version of what is it? Hold on. Actually, no, we'll just, instead we'll export that. I'll just export it. Yeah, that's not the one that we, I won't show you that software there. Or I won't show you, let me just check to make sure that it's in there. Yep, it's in there, okay. I was thinking about it, but I decided no. Alright, so here's another one as he's trying to go through the gate. You can see? He trying to go through the gate here. Right, and... Okay, yeah, so the gate, so trying to go through the gate and the poles are for the gate. There's one, and you can see one right here on the right side here of the picture. Alright, so that's how he was trying to get through the gate, and so we'll do, that for those ones there on the whites here, or that, and we'll do that. Yeah, again, I think we can see his face well enough that yeah, it's not really necessary to um, not really necessary to it's not really necessary to try and increase the exposure because yeah, we can actually see a little bit. So that for the structure, a little phase removal, and the daylight for the white balance, and the saturation and the vibrance. So we'll export that. Right, and export that. Okay, and now on to the next one. And I think this is the, yeah, I don't think this is an actual competitor. I think this is I think this is the safety guy on the course because what had happened was I think it was after their lunch break. And they started the second half of the competition. Uh, Somebody actually fell. I think it might have been a guy on a paddle board. No, was it a guy on a paddle board or a guy on a kayak? He had fallen, and so this guy came to help him to rescue him and help him get back either onto the board or onto his or into his kayak. So yeah, yeah. That, we had one of these safety rescue guys on the course there just to help out in case somebody uh, ended up falling and trouble getting back because well, when you're on a river and you have to you're in a river, yeah, it can be challenging if you fall in there. So yeah, you do need to kind of help for the rescue during a competition. Um, I think we'll have to do something about this because it's too much in the shadow. So we'll see what we can do there. Um, okay. Oh, we'll do that for the haze. Like there, a little much saturation, too much vibrance. Right, and now add that filter there. One enhancer filter. Um, oh, don't have to add another one, and we'll invert it. Uh, zoom in. There. Oh, come on. There we go. And we'll show the mask here. And we'll do like that. We'll do like that. And we'll do like that. That here. And okay. Like that here. Oh, okay, yeah. I was a little worried. So we'll do that, and we'll just slide that. Okay, there we go. Now we'll go back to the view mode, turn off the mask. And exposure. So shadows quite a bit. That. We'll do that. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, that looks a lot better now. So now we can export it there. And we'll export that. Alright, so now what's the next one? Oh, this is a different competitor, it looks like. That's a different competitor on the course. Yeah, that's a different competitor on the course. Actually, you know what? This might be a good one then. Show the collection there. So increase the exposure, contrast just a little bit, turn down those highlights, midtones just a tad, shadows on the whites. On the blacks there, that, let's see, it worked a little bit with the haze there, but anyway, saturation, increase the vibrance a bit. Alright, and now what we'll do is, and if you remember in DxO Photo Lab, to send it to another application, there's some kind of button in the middle that says that has like Nick Collection, other application, or Nick Collection, then something else. Then you can choose whether to export it or send it to another application or something like that. This in on one photo raw, you right click, then do send to other application, and then you try and find the other application there. And okay. Collection. Oh, here we go. Silver FX Pro. Want to save it as a TIFF. We want that. Yeah. Now this one, like I've tried it before, and it doesn't exactly work properly with the Edit Original. It doesn't properly edit the RAW file. Some of these Nick Collection software don't edit the RAW file, so you want to edit a copy with the settings applied. You save it as the TIFF, and it'll get sent over. And there's the copy, as you can see. Okay. Right. Okay, that's not quite what I wanted to do. Right, so let's try it again. Yeah. Okay, now hold on. Hold on. So that I'll try and delete it again. Let's try this again. send it there, edit a copy with settings applied. So you already are seeing how different it looks with Nick Collection 6 here. Because if you remember with I think my MacBook is Nick Collection 2, and it shows their save, and I think it had save and cancel and that kind of thing. There wasn't any apply there, and so as you can see, these are the presets that you can use. You can see there's global, contrast, structure, tonality adjustments. Oh, and they have a clear view thing, which is basically DxO's haze removal if you want. You don't need to do that. The color filter. Um, these are the different effects, as you can see. That. Get off. Doesn't do anything. Film green if you film green if you want. Let's see, neutral. Neutral. Why it's like that? Oh, let me just check the whole image just to see. It's doing like that. Face. Oh, it's okay. So you. Oh, there's some glare. Okay, so we'll have to first remove that glare. Saving. Okay, so and I think this happened before in one of the photo editing streams last year. But yeah, sometimes when you're editing photos, you have to go back and forth until you fix some of the problems that are in the photos. Okay, so we'll have to do something about that glare. That way it looks proper. Let's see if maybe the tone enhancer will do the job. Alright, so yeah, that glare that I didn't notice until we put it in black and white. Invert that. And now this. And yeah, may as well add that in there as well. We can do. We can literally. Huh. It'll look proper. Okay. Hold on. Let take off this filter. Figure out a way to reduce that glare here. See what I have here. Glare. That's glare. It's not retouching I want to do. Um, hmm. Let me see if I can do something to reduce that glare. I can do to reduce the glare here. can do. We want to do that. We want it to look somewhat natural and reduce the glare. Too obvious, unfortunately. Okay. So. Right, so we can't do anything to reduce the glare, so what I think I'll do, yeah, I'll just export this one. That, since, yeah, yeah, it's not quite what I thought was going to happen. So, we'll see if we can find another one. See if I can find another one to show off Silver Effects Pro there. Right, and yeah, it looks like it's him going further down the course. That same guy. And we'll exposure a bit. Increase the contrast. Hey, I just thought of something that could work with the other photo. Yeah, and this is sometimes what happens when you're editing photos. You have to go back and forth and then realize, hey, wait, what happens if we try this thing? What happens if we try the other thing? Let's see. We're trying to just reduce the glare. We'll do. See if the dodge and burn method works. There it is, mask. Oh, that's a little too dark. Let's increase that a little bit. Oh, that's a little too obvious. Let's try to reduce that glare and make it a little natural. The way to do it, so that way, maybe that'll work. Nope. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that's a little better. That's a lot more subtle. Yeah, that's better. See how it looks. Oof. Still doesn't look good. Okay. So we'll do like that. So we'll see how this. Wait, does that work? Oh, that's gonna be a little too dark. Try that. See if maybe that'll work. Um. Let's see. Oh, okay. Anyway, 0.25 by 1. All right, let's see if that works. That'll be, yeah, that looks a little more subtle. That is obvious. Works. If that one works, that helps reduce the glare. Let's see how it looks. No, not quite. Let's see here. Is there dodge and burn? I got an idea here. I have to. Hold on. I got an idea here. Okay, so what we'll do is, where does it TIFF? Hold on. Got an idea. It's send to location. That here it is. Right here. With things applied. Okay, so let's see what works in Affinity Photo. Dodge and burn. Brush, erase brush. Nope. I don't remember. Oh, there was a dodge and burn tool here. Well, let me just check. Yeah, this is how it goes. And yeah, this is your first look at Affinity Photo 2. Okay, let's see. Hold on, let's see what I can do here. Hold on, I'm just trying to see. Hold on, remember, yeah, it's been a while since I did dodge and burn. Hold on, let's see. Um, oh, okay, so that's what we do. Um, uh, let's see. Let's see. Oh, okay, so dodge. Let's see. This looks like sure, paintbrush tool. Let's see how this works. Nope. Hold on. That's not what I want. Overlay? Nope. Wait. Passing maybe is what I need? Wait. No. Let's try color burn. Okay, wait. Might have something here. Okay, I think I finally figured out. Let me see. Color burn. Let's see how the linear burn works. Wait. Hold on. Let's try opacity. Okay, let's see. No, that's a little too dark. Okay, we've found something that'll work. Let's see. Oh, 10% is a little too high. Let's try 12%. Yeah, that might be better. See? No. Okay. Wait. Wait, let me just see here. Okay. That. Then. What? Isn't that interesting that it didn't remove the, okay. Let's try higher opacity and see if that maybe removes the glare. Okay. We just have to try and remove this glare. Let's see. Let's see if we can do something about, wait, and... Hold on, let's see... Wait, let me just see if maybe... Can... Well, I wonder... So we know... And we know what that's gonna do. Let's see what happens when we... Like that. Oh, no, that's not what we want. Alright, and you see... Editing can be a lot of trial and error here. Let's try the color burn. Oh, that's what that is. Oh. Okay. Okay, we'll do color burn. See if that maybe gets rid of the glare. Oh. So we'll try that. Oh. See if that maybe... As you can see, sometimes when you're trying to do this, it's a lot of trial and error here. See, I think we're getting close to where we want to splitter. No. Oh. Hold on. Oh, okay, so wonder how this. Okay, and then oh no, I didn't want to do that. Okay, so let's see how this looks. If this properly removes that glare. No, still there. All right, so it's trying to remove the glare is proving to be pretty challenging. Hold on, let's delete that layer. Try and duplicate this layer. Try something else here. Um, I add extra. I saw all those adjustments. One, here. Um, okay, so you want to do this, then you want to do this, then oh, okay, so that's what we have to do. I think let's delete that layer here, and then we have to do that. 50% gray. Hold on. So, yes. Full opacity and then overlay blend mode, I guess. And brush tool, I guess. Hmm. 8. Okay. 50% gray, I think. That's the there. That didn't work. Gonna do the trick. See? No, that doesn't do it. Huh. Uh, we don't want to do that. That. Move on to this one since alright, so there was no way to properly get rid of that yeah, there's no way to properly get rid of that glare. Maybe later on offline I'll find out that, oh, I could have done this way. Anyway, so we'll continue on with this image. Yeah, so as you can see, sometimes with photo editing, images can take a while and you still are able to figure out what to do. Okay, so, I'll do that with so with this image, this is what we're doing. We'll that, and then we'll ease a little bit. Oh, not a lot. Okay, and now we'll do that. Now what I did, oh, so that's what we did that. No, we don't want that. That. Hold on. And the wrong thing. Okay, so we'll do that much. And now, finally, we can get to white balance. Do that with the saturation. That with the vibrance. Okay, we'll export. Oh, Christy, thank you for still being here. I really appreciate it. Okay, so we'll export that. Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of different things that you can do. Sometimes when you're trying to edit photos, there's some things there, and you try everything. It's like, this just isn't working. What do I have to do? And it just doesn't quite work there. Um, you know what? Let me go back to that picture. Maybe I just thought of something else. So this is yeah, another thing that can happen when you're editing photos, where you try another idea and maybe it'll work. That's where the glare is. I'm gonna try again that tone enhancer. Yeah, try that tone enhancer again. And we'll that, show that. See what we can do here. Okay, and see what happens. That might be. Let's see if that works. Perhaps. View mode. I don't know, the black started looking. If. Oh, no, we don't want that. How does it look here? No, that doesn't look very good. So, that. Let's see. And here that so we can do. We'll go local here. See if maybe doing that will work. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. We'll see how it looks. It doesn't look too dark. Well, unless we add another layer and a little darker. Well, let's go view. See. Works. Or up a bit more. See if he gives us. So allows us to get rid of that glare. I got rid of a lot of the glare. Maybe one more adjustment layer here. One more adjustment layer. One more adjustment layer. And no, not that dark. That. Hold on. Go this way. And that. Try local adjustment again. Working it up again. Doing a dodge on top of a dodge. Or, no, not a dodge. A dodge, I think, is to lighten. This is a burn on top of a burn on top of a burn. See how it looks? Yeah, that looks too dark now. See? Yeah, that. We have it. Oof. Kind of looks. See, yeah, it looks like. I mean, we got rid of the glare. Uh, Unfortunately, see, What happens when we get rid of the second adjustment layer? Yeah, that's second one. Wait, get rid of this adjustment layer. Okay, so we'll do that. See what happens if we try. Unfortunately, when you're trying to get rid of that glare, it makes it look natural. Hold on. Set. Wait. Might have to do the adjustment here. So, yeah, we reset this one. Hopefully we didn't reset the whole... Okay, good, we didn't... Yeah, because key challenge is trying to get this one to properly look the way it should. Let's see... Whole idea is to just try and get rid of this glare. See... Let's... What happens? Okay, hold on. Um, What else when we get rid of that? Oof. Didn't work. It has to be there. Let's see if... Oh, nope. That. This. Let's see if we can do with some precision. That. E. Yeah. This is... Yeah. Gonna have to reset this local adjustment. It's just not gonna work. We're not gonna be able to get rid of that glare there. Fortunately, no matter what I do, yeah, it doesn't quite work. Check to see if I that one. Yeah. All right, so we'll move on to the next one then, since yeah, tried everything, and yeah, that unfortunately the glare. Yeah, we just couldn't get rid of the glare from that was. Right, and anyway, here he is, further down the course. Yeah, I don't know if he missed that gate and then was trying to turn around to go through it. Yeah, so I don't know what he was doing. Anyway, let's lower that exposure there and increase the contrast a little bit on those highlights, the midtones. shadows, turn on the whites, turn on the blacks, over the highlight hue here. And we'll structure just a little bit, turn on the haze that much, then daylight. So we don't have to do too much to this, and at this time, this one I think will show off silver effects properly since there's no glitter and it's not going to cause a problem. So we'll listen to Silver Effects Pro. Right now. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see it already in the next picture that he's trying to um, get through that red gate here. And anyway, here we go. So, oh, I didn't want to do that. Non-destructive edits. Oh, okay, so it'll give you a larger file, and we don't want to do that. Okay, so here's the new version of Silver Effects Pro, Nick Collection 6. Silver Effects Pro for Nick Collection 6. They have a lot more filters. They have a lot more adjustments. You can see the clear view. That's the haze removal for DxO. If you want it. Again, the color filter. So if you want to do that, and that's if you want to do that, which will not be a good idea. That filter, this filter, this filter, this filter, that filter. Let's see. No, not that filter. So do that filter. You have film types that if you want. You can add film grain if you want. There's some finishing adjustments. Oh, toning, vignette, burn edges. Okay, so and if you want to add in a border there, let's show some of these presets here. Okay, let's. This is the neutral one, and then you can do your own adjustments if you want. Well, that wasn't shown before, but yeah, this is underexposed if you want, overexposed if you want. Ooh, high contrast. How's that look? No, want the guy to actually high contrast. What this high structure one looks like. You know how the high structure one looks. High key. Whoa. Okay, I can already tell you it's gonna look too dark. Well, I'll go with the neutral one, and we'll see what we can get when editing. So brightness, we'll turn it up a bit. Down the highlights, we'll midtones a little bit. Increase those shadows a little bit. The dynamic brightness a little bit, as you can tell. Oh, okay. Anyway, and if you want to adjust, and then here's how you adjust the contrast. Amplify the whites if you want. Amplify the blacks. Oh, so that's what soft contrast looks like. As you can tell, you take to the extremes, like that, then little structure, yes. Hold it like that. A little there for the structure. Atonality protection. A little bit there, I guess. And Selective adjustments. Oh, okay, that's yeah, yeah. No, it's basically a U-point technology. So if you add a control point, oh, what this control line does, yeah, add a control point. That's basically like what you've seen me do with editing in Color Effects Pro in the past. Clear view is if there's any extra haze you want to remove. So we can just remove a little extra haze. Not too much. Color filter. Oh. Yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be good. Now film types. These are all the different. These are all the old film cameras. We'll do like that. And as you can see, there's all the different things. And then the film grain. Um, which one did we choose? That one. So we'll 100. Okay. This one. And we don't. Well, want a neutral one. Okay, we'll just. I'll just choose the neutral one. Right, and now we can. Hold on, hold on. Well, so is that it? Undo. Okay, so I guess. Let's check something. Nope. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see if see the original and the finished one. Just trying to see if there's a way to export it, but I guess this is the only way to properly export it. So then, yeah, you click apply here, and let it process the image. How long that takes. Right, there we go, and then oh wait, here we go. We can export it now. And as you can see with these TIFF files, might be a little shaded out now for you on the screen because of this, but you can see 144.1 megabytes is how big a TIFF file can be. So yeah, those TIFF files can be really, really big. Export this. Alright, so let's rename this one. And now we'll go back in here. So there you go. That's how Silver Effects Pro can, the new Silver Effects Pro is. As you can see, there's a lot of difference between. Well, there is quite a bit of difference, isn't there, compared with that one with this new one versus the version 2 Silver Effects, the Nick Collection 2 Silver Effects Pro. First of all, you saw how the user interface was a lot different compared to the Nick Collection 2 Silver Effects Pro. And you also saw, um, yeah, that's well, yeah, I'll get to this part. Yeah, we also saw how just even the editing and trying to get it and applying the changes and all that is a lot different. It's not just save or you can save it in the program and all that. You have to do an extra step in order to export it. Um, yeah, at least on the Windows version. I don't know if it's different on the Mac version, but you saw right how even the user interface, the way you edit and all that, and apply all the filters and whatnot is a little different compared to the Mac version. Well, not so much the Mac version. It's a lot different than the Nick Collection 2 version of Silver Effects Pro. All right, so now, so that guy, if you remember, he went through in the previous photo. He went through the green gate, and then he was turning around. It was like I don't know what he's doing. Now we know what he was doing. He was going through the red gate, and again, you have to go against the current when it comes down to the red gates, and right there, right next to the that second set of rapids, or was it the third set? I thought there were only two sets of rapids, but maybe there were three sets. But anyway, there he is, trying to go through the red gates. Well, yeah, I believe it's not just your body can't touch the gates. Your equipment can't even touch the gates. So you have to get through the gates cleanly. Um, it's easy for I think the kayak to get through the gates. Not so easy if you have with handling the paddles and also yourself to get through the gates. All right, so now we'll lower that exposure a bit. I'll probably have to, and then we'll do that. Highlights. Okay, now we'll do that with the midtones. Do that with the shadows. Do that with the whites. Actually, oh, yeah, okay, so maybe his face does show. You can see again the face has the line painted on there. I think it's to reduce the glare. For the highlight hue, full structure, just the haze there. But yeah, when I was trying to get rid of that glare, you saw how sometimes though it can look proper, and then sometimes it's like this isn't working, and you just have to say, okay, well, we can't remove that. But you at least try to remove things like glare and those other things there. Right, so there's the white balance. Okay, there's the saturation. We don't have, and because this is a sport and not like nature or street or anything, you don't have to go haywire with the saturation and vibrancy. You can do a little, not too much. Okay, Christy, thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate it. And hopefully, whatever you do, whatever you have to do, goes well. I don't think we have to do anything extra there. So we'll just export that. All right, so we'll go to the next image now. And okay, so I believe this is again at that other set of wrap. It's not right at the beginning of the course, but I get the. This isn't at the beginning of the course, but like after the first few gates, after that set of rapids where they have that one gate there, and then as they immediately turn around. And this is actually a tree, but but as you can see, it's pretty blurred out. There's a tree over here somewhere nearby. Uh, that was I think a tree, at least. Looks like well, yeah, there was a tree nearby, and yeah, you can see a little bit of the leaves there. But as you can see, because I wasn't zooming in on the trees, I was zooming in on him. See if we can get rid of that thing. We can get rid of the tree there. That's a little distracting. Let's see if we can get rid of that tree now. Yeah, that works. That didn't work. Okay, let's zoom in. zoom in a little more. See what we can do to get rid of this tree. That didn't work. I see. Perhaps this. Let's try it again. What is this? A healing brush? Let me just see if this works out a little better. Oh, that didn't work. Hold on. Let me just see if maybe reduce the capacity works. Might work. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, so let's see what works. Okay, and then that didn't work. There definitely was a tree there. That I know. It was a tree. Maybe that trick? That didn't work. Remove that tree now. No. See if maybe the clone work. And this is the first time we're gonna see the clone tool. Oh, okay. This is the first time we're seeing the clone tool here. And you'll see that the clone tool is another way you can remove things. And yeah, you can do it in on-one photo raw. Lose that. Didn't work. Nope, that's not gonna work. Let's see. Nope, that's try this one. Nope, that didn't work. Wanted to really natural. Nope. Um. Oh. Nope, that doesn't look right. that tree would be a lot easier. Nope, nope, nope. And as you can see, it's not a little. It can be. We'll try that. Try that and see if it works. Try this and see if it works. Yeah, that'll work. And then try works. So right there. Okay. That. That and that. Like that will, yes, to make it look as natural as possible, which is a little difficult. That looks pretty natural. Hold let's see what else we can do. Um, see that. Whoops, nope, that doesn't look natural. Well, try and do like this. Try and natural here. Yeah, okay, so that looks natural now. Okay. And nope, nope, nope. Try and have it look like that. That okay, and quite look natural, does it? Let's see. There, hmm. Now, this is the thing with the clone stamping, it's a little difficult to make it look properly natural. Ooh, quite match up that wave, shut up. There, okay, that looks a little better. And the oh, and maybe make it look a little natural. Yes. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Um. See how to make the waves look properly natural. So we'll match up properly. Alright. Ooh. Um, proper and natural? Eh? Okay, so that looks a little better. Oh, like that. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. Let's try that one. Oh, yep. Okay, so that'll have to do. Then here. Okay. And like that. See. Oh, that. Wait. Let's see. And that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And okay, we got it to look a little bit more natural. Let's try that. Hmm. Let's see if maybe work. Yeah, that'll work. Oh, no, 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 no. Hold on. Yeah, as you can see, yeah, with clone stamping, it's also a challenge. You're trying to remove everything. Just hold on. Ah, I don't know what I selected, but let's see if there's anything else I can find in this picture. Okay, let's see if maybe these waves perhaps could work. Perhaps. Yep. Okay, wait, let's see how it looks. Ooh, that's not gonna work. Have to see what we can do. Um, boy. Way to waves look natural would help. Um, oh, what the? Okay, and hold on. Something we can do up there. Bring it there. Which? Perhaps there's something here. Uh, let's see. It's definitely the clone stamp tool. You can see the clone stamp tool is As you can see, that clone stamp tool, sometimes it be a little tricky to get work properly and make things look natural. Oh, not that way. If maybe it'll work here. Wait, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, trying to create waves makes it a lot tougher. Let's see what happens when we see what happens and get rid of tree here. Oh. Um. Oh, let's see. Get rid of the tree here. Okay, that worked. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Right now, let's see what happens when we try and remove the tree here. Ooh. We're on the right track. Let's see what happens when we try and get rid of this little part of the tree. Let's see. Get rid of there. Oh. Okay, huh. Let's try and do this. As you can see, a lot of trial and error here. You're trying to remove objects. Not quite because of the bottom. Let's see what happens when we get rid of this little part here. Let's see how it looks. We might be on the right track now. We're almost there, maybe. Now, for this this last little part, and might be it. No, we're close. We are getting close. And see what that does. Oh, we're getting close. I know that. Okay. Might be able to work with this. Let's see what happens when we use the clone stamp. No, that's not it. That's not gonna look natural. Nope. Not quite. But we are getting close. Nope. We have to try and match it up. Match it up naturally with the waves. Right. Yes, that worked better. Now, match this up properly with the waves. Oh, nope, not quite, but we're getting there. No. Hey, that could work. Yeah, that worked. That worked. And now I'll look a little bit more natural. Okay. And lake. That maybe? Yeah. Now let's see how it looks on the side. Come on. Hey. Hey, that's actually not too bad. Yes, that kind of shows how the river can look different. Okay, so you see, that's how we can take a while to figure out how to get it to look properly. Yeah, so as you can see, that's how you can take a while to look properly there. Um, yeah, so we're gonna have to, I think, do a little sharpening there as well. Yeah, as you can see, that's how it sometimes take a while to have everything look properly, have everything look natural, especially when you're dealing with things like water and sand and what else? I guess you could say sky. Uh, Maybe animals, just because texture and trying to make it look natural, look like it's a natural flow and all that. But the amount of time that you spent that you might have to spend on it, it's definitely worth it. As you can see now, like yeah, it doesn't looks definitely pretty natural there. Like okay, there's some waves and some other waves and all going in different directions at times. Okay, so we'll do that with the contrast. Do that with the midtones, shadows. Do that with the blacks. Um, light. See, we'll do some sharpening. Uh, Noise reduction, sharpening. Okay. On. Okay, there we go. And see what we can do to some sharpening here. Right. Okay, and there, and now we just have to select vert. And that. Um, that's for some reason showing there. We're to select all this, and yeah, if we select some water, that's fine too. The idea is to try and sharpen it a little bit more. And okay, now select all that. And there we go. Now that. Um, see feather. Oh, the softness. So okay, we don't want to do that. Aggressive. See the high pass and how that looks. see how the on-chart max works. Let's see what it does with fixed focus. Fixed focus here. Save. I'll do high pass and let's okay, so that'll be, I guess, as good as it'll get. I don't think there's anything else we really need to do. So we'll export that. Okay, I thought I already exported it. Try and export it. Oh, there we go. Alright. Now we'll go to the next image. There's the competitor, and he's going through. He went through that gate, or he nearly got through that gate, right? And so we'll do one color here. Right, and now we'll get we'll decrease the exposure. He either went through the gate or he was just about to go through the gate. I'm not 100% sure whether this was taken when he went through the gate or before he went through the gate. I'm not sure. Anyway, the highlights here. Midtones, shadows, that, blacks. Okay. Oh, put that down a little bit. Then we'll do daylight there. Okay, just that much here. Yeah, there's nothing else we need to do there. It's already pretty good there. Alright, so we can move on to the next image then. Right, and there he is going against the current with that. Trying to go through that one gate that was way at the other end there, I think. He was trying to go through that gate there, way at the other end. Um, okay. Anyway, so as you can see, he's going through the gate there, and I'm not trying to print it right now. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, so he's going through the gate way at that other end there. You have to then paddle, and yeah, they really had to work hard to paddle against the current. So we'll decrease the exposure there. A little bit of contrast here. Turn down the highlights. Midtones, increase the shadows. On the whites. And turn down the blacks there. Yeah, we'll do. Oh, yeah, daylight. I thought I chose cloudy by accident, but luckily I chose daylight. We'll do some little bit of saturation, a little bit of vibrance. Oh, I forgot this one. Really need too much anyway. Yeah, and yeah, we can export that. Right, and we'll export it now. Of how fast it is with exporting, we can go on to the next image. Um, uh, okay, we'll go and go to the next image. And here he is going through another gate, probably further down the course. Uh, and that's the one that you have to go through the, or against the current, I should say. Hey, Sailor Crane, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Yeah, so this is the guy, same guy, same competitor going through the gate, and this gate looks like another one that's against the current that he has to go through. And And yeah, I don't. I think that it would be easy. Like they make it look easy at times with how hard they paddle, but yeah, I'm sure of course a lot of what is it? Uh, a lot of hard work there. Yeah, I'm sure of course a lot of hard work there to and a lot of upper body strength to be able to go against the current like that to get to the next gate. So this one, yeah, we'll turn down the exposure a little bit, increase the contrast just a little bit, turn down those highlights, increase the midtones here, increase the shadows, down the whites, down the blacks a bit. Um, we'll do that with the structure, that a little bit with the haze, okay, that with the daylight, some saturation, a little bit of vibrance. Okay, so we'll export that. Again, for everybody who is joining the stream now, full disclosure, yeah, on One and DxO, I have brand partnerships with both companies. Uh, uh, they make the photo editing, or like they make photo editing software that I use. And you can see their logos here in the bottom right here. Um, so yeah, in the panels, and if Nightbot decides to um, if Nightbot decides to uh, post the links as well, if you click on the links and with the case of On One, if you use my promo code, um, I will get a commission for the sales. Yeah, just full disclosure of that. That yeah, the brand partnerships that I have with those two companies. Um, anyway, here's the competitor now. Further down the course. I don't know what gate number that is. Yeah, this I know is further down the course here. Yeah, and as you can see, look how close the one gate is that they have to go through, and then they have to somehow maneuver near the rocks from that gate to that gate. All right, um, so we'll decrease the exposure, increase the contrast, the highlights, the midtones here, and the shadows. On the whites there, on the blacks, and just the structure here, decrease the haze there, and then The white balance is for daylight. Saturation a little bit, and increase the vibrance. And I'm not going to export it because I want to show you also the new version of, what is it? Color Effects Pro. So, into another application. Collection. No, perspective effects, we don't really need to do because in this software and in DxO Viewpoint, they already do the perspective editing. Sharpener Pro, well, I guess with that one I could have shown. I guess with this one we could have shown. So you know what? I'll show you perspective effects first. That one we did some sharpening. Show you perspective effects. Or no, not perspective effects. No. Oh no. Sharpener Pro, that's what we want. Pre-sharpener. Oh, there we go. I'll show you Sharpener Pro, just so you see what it's like with that one. We've already, oh, so it does have a save. Yeah, yeah. Well, this kind of looks like how it would in the, ooh. So we could do inkjet here. Glossy resolution. Not sure what the printer resolution would be, but anyway. Okay, so is there a way to select? Oh, here we go. Control points. Want control points here? Yeah, this kind of looks like it got ported from the Mac version. Anyway, so we'll do the control point. Choose one here. We'll try and get it to the kayaker here. Oh, try and get it to have the kayaker centered. All right, so opening strength. Opening strength. And the structure like this. And you can do. Okay, so the contrast can be used to sharpen it. And more for the focus, I think. And see, it's a little sharper there with the rider. The rider's a little sharper there, right? So there you go. Now we can save it. It'll process. So there's Sharpener Pro for that one. This is the first time on stream I've shown Sharpener Pro. I think so. Let me just see if it works. Oh, yeah, there we go. So it does show up. I don't know why it showed up like that, but anyway. And this one. I want to show you Color Effects Pro now. Again, these are all the Nick Collection Nick Collection 6 versions of this software. Color Effects Pro will have Aurora HDR. I don't know. I would use that because Aurora HDR and HDR Effects Pro. Aurora HDR does a better job with the HDR perspective effects. Like I said, it's already built into On1 Photo Raw. If you have what is it? DxO viewpoint. You can that also does the same thing as perspective effects. Analog effects. Define I think is the noise reduction. Analog effects is if you want to create the effects of an analog camera. I think I'll be doing that today. Viveza. What? I'll show you that. I'll show you Viveza for this one, and then we can show you Color Effects Pro for another image. So Viveza is a little different than Color Effects Pro because, as you can see, with Color Effects Pro, it's very similar to if you've ever used the Skyloom Luminar software in the past. All the different types of filters you can put on and the types of different filter effects you can put on. Viveza is a little different, as you can see. See, like, oh, okay, that's, yeah, I did edit that image. I was just checking. Did I already edited this image? Yes, I did. Yeah. Anyway, so you can do global adjustments in here. Basically, Viveza is like when you do your basic editing and you don't want to add those extra filters. Oh, there's a golden hour preset. Let's see how that golden hour preset looks. I know it wasn't. Okay, that's not what we want because that only works when you actually take it closer to the start of sunset than anything. But yeah, Viveza is basically, how do I explain this? Color Effects Pro, the filters are predetermined and all, and then you can just layer one on top of another on top of another. Viveza is Color Effects Pro without the filters on that. Instead, you put in the effects yourself. And as you can see, you have these sliders here, and you choose the white balance if you want. You can do selective adjustments. So we'll start off with brightness, and as you can see, you can adjust the brightness if you want a little more. And basically, Viveza is kind of like a few of the effects that you if you happen to be like before I selected the tone enhancer, if you happen to know a lot of those effects, allows you to adjust some of those. It's basically like if there's all those effects in there, but all in one software. But you manually decide what effects you want. Like there's brightness here, contrast. You can add a little extra. Saturation if you want a little extra. Want a little extra structure here. Shadows. If you want to cool it down or completely warm it up a little. Want to warm it up a little bit more. Oh, this is between red and green. Okay, so between this is like the tint. So, oh, okay. So this is if you want to play around with the hues, which we won't. Okay, so we won't play around with these because yeah, these are okay. Then you want to adjust the highlights a little more. That extra midtones, little shadows, even the blacks a little bit, and then the white balance is fine, so we don't have to worry about that. Now, control points. Oh, there's control point 1. Okay, now I want to move the control point first. Control point 4. Where do we want to? You know what? Let's do it for the rider. Why not? Do it for him. Oh. On. And then here. Okay, so like Crane, Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. I hope the rest of your workday goes well. Okay, so we'll writer that. Okay, so now I don't know what that does. Anyway, so these are some adjustments you can do. You can brighten them up. What? You know, creation. I'm just playing around with this, but we didn't really have to do the selective points. I'm just showing this to you. I'm just showing you how you can adjust it selectively as well. There's really nothing here that we need to prove individually, but we'll see how it looks. We'll see how it looks. Shadow. Um, yeah, you know what? A little cool. Yeah, actually, get off a bit. Work here. Yeah, like that, and then we don't have to really do that. But we'll just see what adjusting the hue does. Okay. Alright. And if you want a little more with the highlights. You see, that's how Viveza is, so we'll apply that. Um, hmm. I'll export. Oh, it turned out pretty well. How did that turn out? This is the first time the second time that I tried Viveza on stream. Like that. That turned out. Yeah, I don't see the difference actually, because I'm trying to decide which one to export. The original, I guess? Oh no, that's the TIFF file. I guess we can export this one actually. Actually turned out pretty nice. Okay. Alright, so we'll name first, and then we'll move on to the next one. Rename, here we go. And yeah, but as you can see, there a slight difference between editing on a Mac versus a PC, but it's pretty similar. Right, here's another competitor here, and yeah, I caught him when he was, or not I caught him, but I I took the picture when he was trying to go through one of these red gates. I got him at, or the not with him coming, not like going looking up the course, but more from the side view. And so we'll first on the exposure a little bit, okay, and then contrast a little bit. Turn on those highlights, midtones, shadows, lights there. On the blacks, structure, haze, daylight. So that really not much else we can really do. The face pretty visible, not completely dark there, so we'll export that. Right, and so that one. Oh, I don't know if I export it, so we'll export that. And that. Right, so now we go to this image next. And yeah, there's that same competitor. Yeah. And as you can see from the expression on the face, really battling the rapids. It's and then really battling the rapids while at the same time trying to get the kayak through the gates. Yeah, it doesn't look easy. That's for sure. It does not look easy kayaking. Yeah, going through the like having to deal with the rapids with the gate right above you and trying to fight the rapids while trying to control your kayak and get through the gate without even touching the poles. Yeah, that doesn't look very easy. All right, so exposure, increase contrast a little bit. That with the highlights, with the midtones, shadows, and do that with the whites. Now the blacks, and do a little bit with that. That with the haze. Um, we'll go with the white balance. That. Turn on the saturation a bit. We don't have to have too much saturation when it comes down to sports photos or even event photos. Yeah, you don't have to have that much saturation, that much vibrance. Those nature and street, it's a little different. So as you can see, as my photo editing streams, you'll notice when I was editing nature photos, it was different compared to when I was editing compared to when I was editing event photos and sports photos. Or well, I am editing sports photos now, and next photo stream will be event photos. But as you can see, with nature and street photos, um, it's a different. There's different things that you do with that compared to editing event photos and editing sports photos. And actually, last year when I edited those classic car show photos, you'll have noticed that I added a lot of. I tried. We did a few extra effects to increase the detail and to really make those cars pop. And the reason, again, like with the classic cars, you really want to make them pop. Yeah. So here's that competitor going through another gate, and uh, yeah, I remember then after I took this photo, I saw it, and yeah, he touched the pole, so we got the time penalty. Yeah, so we didn't make it without touching the pole there. All right, so what we'll do is we'll decrease the exposure there. We'll contrast a little bit. Those highlights, increase the midtones, shadows, on the whites. And you can see the competitor here is he's really trying to avoid touching the pole of the gate, and um, unfortunately, he wasn't successful. Um, but he definitely did try to avoid touching touching the gate. So we'll do that with that. Um, Daylight, saturation, and vibrance. Now with this one, I want to show you Color Effects Pro. Um, so we'll show you Color Effects Pro here. So I'll show you Color Effects Pro here. Right, and it'll load up Color Effects Pro. Yes, it should. Oh, there it is. So I was like, what happened? Where's Color Effects Pro? Here it is. Yeah, so as you can see, with Color Effects Pro, similar to what you saw on the Mac, but a few differences. It has the clear view here, which is the haze removal. It has the grain if you want any grain on your photos. It has the HSL. So if you want to adjust the hue and the saturation of each of the colors, you can do that. Let's see. Oh, and if you want to do a black and white conversion in Color Effects Pro, just like in the Nick Collection 2 um, version of Color Effects Pro, there's a separate filter for that. But it's a lot better to do it in Silver Effects Pro just because you get to do even more edits and you have even more control over how you want the black and white image to look, including the local adjustments there. Although this one does have the local adjustments, I think each of these do allow you to do local adjustments, but there's just way more that you can do in Silver Effects Pro compared to Color Effects Pro when it comes onto the black and white conversion. I'll just show you right now. See, can't really do much here compared to yeah, compared to Silver Effects Pro. So Silver Effects Pro is a better one. But here, do we have After Effects? They have here. Do they have the same ones that I have used whenever I go into Color Effects Pro on the MacBook? They have the vignette. Yeah, they have the sunlight filter, skylight, solarization. Do they have the polarization? Yep. So we'll show you polarization here. Similar to what we have. If you want to completely polarize, that's what it looks like. That, and then do the sunlight filter. Oh, right, no, that polarization. Um, I have it. Hold on. Oh, okay. So if you want to add another one, if you want to add another filter, you have to do the. So it's a little different compared to Nick Collection 2's Color Effects Pro. Because if you remember, on the right hand side, there was always at the bottom. Well, for one thing, just imagine that the loop and the histogram and the DxO filters aren't there, and it's just these filters here. If you remember, at the bottom of the current filter, there was always add filter. You click add filter, then you select from the list, and each time you want to add a filter, you select from the list. this is a little different. As you can see here, there's a plus sign there. So whenever you want to add a filter, you click the plus sign then. Um, that and then. Oh, okay, so that's if I want to completely pull it off, but we'll turn down the brightness so that way it's not too bright. That and saturation is in the same on the saturation around there. See what this tonal contrast does. I think it's gonna be a little too much. Okay. Um. Okay, I'll see how brilliance warmth works. If you want to turn it into a black and white, that pull it down a little bit. Um. And what else? Really need the detail. Oh, graduated neutral density. I'll show you that. For lower, will that shift it down a bit. That shadows. That with the highlights. Okay, so and there's a lot of other filters here. Um, uh, and it's pretty much, yeah, it looks like it's the same filters as Nick Collection 2's Color Effects Pro. Um, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't look like they added any filters. Unless, like, I mean, there's already 55, so not a. But from what I can tell through scrolling, it's the same filters as the Nick Collection 2 version of Color Effects. But yeah, there it is. So we'll apply that. Um, what I think that actually doesn't look too bad. Uh, yeah, that doesn't look too bad actually. That looks pretty good. So I'll export this version of it. I already see the difference. See, it's a little darker up top compared to there. Okay, so export that. All right. I'm getting pretty hungry now, so what I'll do is I'll break for lunch. Um, just check to see if this works properly. Okay, so yeah, I'll break for lunch, and then we'll continue with editing these photos. However long, or not however long, but however many we're able to get to before stream ends, we'll get to do. After lunch, but yeah, I'll break off for lunch, so I'll see you all after lunch. Okay, everybody, I'm back. So we'll continue on with these photos here. Um, that one and uh, so let's first. Okay, there we go. Um, I just had to get my Tidy app on my MacBook to work again. But anyways, so now we'll go through we'll go through as many photos as we can. Um, I know we won't get through all of them. I did a total of 150 that day. Around 135 turned out okay, so I know we're not gonna get through. Stuart, hi, how are you doing? Thanks for coming in. How's your day going? Oh, yeah, so yeah, and it was like 135. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, so how did you find my stream? Yeah, so as I was saying, it was like 135, 136. Oh, through the photography tag. Okay. Well, thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, so this is the same competitor. Yeah, going through this gate, and yeah, like I said, there's the guy who was like a or was the basically the safety person, like in case anybody fell out of their kayak or fell off their paddleboard, he would attempt to come to the rescue and try to help the person either get back in their kayak or help them with getting the kayak back, get their kayak upright again, or help them with the paddleboard. And there, know what happened? At least with the paddleboarder, uh, yes, he had to help out a paddleboarder, and then he had to, and then I think there might have been a kayaker who fell out. Yeah, so I think he had to help out the kayaker. Uh, but but anyway, so there he is, just watching the action here, making sure everybody's safe. And there's this person going through the gate. I don't know if the person touched the gate here. Anyway, we'll lower the exposure here. Um, we'll we'll, uh, we'll put the contrast just there. Lower the highlights here, midtones, and the shadows. Not too much. Turn down those whites here. For the highlight hue, and turn down the blacks here, and increase the structure just a little bit. Don't have to decrease the haze too much. And for the white balance, um, we'll use we'll set it to daylight, and not too much saturation, and not too much vibrance. Uh, okay, so yeah, we can export that. Right, and as you can see, it's faster than on the MacBook. Can't really say a lot faster because it's already pretty fast on the MacBook. Oh, excuse me, this picture. Yeah, I just wanted to take a picture of the bottom of the course. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, so this is the bottom of the course there. Yeah, I couldn't really get a picture of the whole course because it just wasn't possible with the way the gates are and all that. It just wasn't possible to get the whole course, especially when some of the gates are like off to the side. But yeah, here's the bottom of the course there. See if I can get. Let's see what I can do to the any dust spots. And here's something that's new with on one photo raw 2023 that is a little different. Um, I just wanted to show this to you. Uh, how long? I started taking photos. Uh, kind of casually. Actually, in 2013, like I'd gone my first DSLR in 2012. It was when I was doing some freelance work in journalism. And yeah, I didn't really use the camera too much when I was doing the freelancing because most of the time it was most of the articles that I had written was were like didn't require pictures to be taken, or the pictures would um, be given to the newspaper ahead of time to be put with the articles by either the families of the people I was interviewing or by the person themselves. So yeah, I didn't really have to. But then the journalism didn't work out so I left it in 2013. And with the DSLR, it was such a nice camera. It's like it's a shame to have it collect dust. So yeah, then I started taking pictures in 2013, and really started getting serious about it around 2015 or 2016. All right, no, we don't want it. Oh yeah, definitely. It's definitely a hard one to make it in. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, oh, you're in your 12th year of doing news. Okay, okay, yeah, it's congratulations. Yeah, that takes a lot of commitment and dedication. Yeah, because I know that like with freelancing, sometimes it can be really tough to find any outlet who's willing to. Oh, you started in 2011. Okay, okay, so okay, yeah. So that's really great. Being able to get a start uh, in your teens, and the fact that you've been doing it for 12 years, yeah, shows first of all dedication, the fact, and second that you really enjoy it. All right, so as I was saying about on one photo raw 2023, this visualize dust button is a new one, and it allows you to see if you can find any dust spots and remove the dust from the photo. And yeah, and this does come in handy when you're. Uh, there we go. Okay. This helps you find because before, uh, like for those of you who were in my photo editing streams the previous 2 years, you'll know that if I wanted to try and remove a dust spot through on one photo rod, I'd use a special filter that was offered for free on by some YouTuber, and so being able to have this visualized dust button really helps because you don't have to use that special filter. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's. Oh yes, yes, I found the dust spot here. Okay, right, and we'll get rid of that. That worked. Actually, that's too obvious. See if the healing brush works. Yeah, the healing brush worked better there. And what else? Right? So we can get rid of that one. That one. Oh, a little too big there. So we'll just get rid of smaller there. Right, and we'll do that. And oh, there's another one up there. This definitely helps because then you don't have to use that special. Yeah, it was a preset actually. It was a special preset. I remember. dust spot preset or whatever. I remember I did a Google search for that preset, and and the guy had it as a free download either from his website or from his YouTube channel. So yeah, the visualized dust spots really does help out a lot in terms of finding those dust spots and removing them. And it looks like that's it. Okay. Right, so now, yeah, we don't really have to do too much editing here. Um, yeah, well, the exposure there. Here's the contrast there. Yeah, we don't have to do too much because, again, it's just the bottom of the course here. Okay, so we'll turn down those highlights. Yeah, so there was still a little bit of smoke in the sky. Uh, yeah, it looks like it was a nice day out, and yeah, definitely wasn't as bad as some days over here over the past month and a half. Yeah, all the smoke. At times it's so smoky that it's really hard to breathe. At times with how smoky it's been. And then there are some days where it's actually nice and sunny, and you can actually see the sky. So yeah, it's been a mixed bag. But that day there was some haze, as you can see, but it wasn't so bad that yeah you couldn't really do anything. Turn that down. We'll that on the blacks there, right? And that we'll see if well haze removal doesn't really do anything. There was a luckily it wasn't too bad that day. Uh, Definitely allowed me to go out and head to Harvie Passage so now I could get these photos here. Alright, so we don't really have to do anything else. Right, so we'll do that. Right, and next one. Right, here's is it the same competitor or different? No, it's a different one. I can see it's a different competitor. Yep, it's a different competitor, and yeah. I think he actually did touch that gate over there, like barely through his shoulder, but yeah, you can already see how this gate is already in the process of moving here. So yeah, I think he did touch it with his shoulder. But yeah, the way these competitors were bending their bodies in their kayaks, they were trying real hard not to touch the gates. Sometimes they weren't really too successful there. Okay, so no, we want to decrease the exposure. That with the contrast here. Okay, that with the highlights. Midtones a bit. Shadows a bit. Whites here. Turn down the blacks. And that with the structure here. There's the haze. That. I'm not sure if this was the last competitor or second to last competitor or anything like that before they broke for lunch, and then lunch was like a half hour, I think. I think it was a half hour lunch. I remember I was just walking around there along the pathway, uh, just uh, yeah, just waiting around until they restarted. Yeah, so this was the last competitor before the lunch break. Yeah, because then I got a picture of their van that they were serving the lunch out of. And yeah, I think that was the top of the course over there. And I remember, and I was like, I am not leaving until the I get more photos because I did not come here to just take a half hour to 45 minutes worth of photos, and so I waited until after the lunch break, and then once their lunch break was over, then they resumed, and it was in the second half of the competition that the paddleboarders started competing. Um, So there's the contrast here. That with the highlights. Don't really. Yeah, his face is pretty visible. Don't really have to do anything um, eh, with increasing the exposure of his face there. Okay, so not too much with the structure. A little bit of haze removal here. Uh, Daylight here, okay. We'll do that and we'll do that. Uh-huh. I think he did avoid the gate here, but I'm not sure. It looks like he did. Yeah, seeing them twist and turn, it's like, wow, I didn't even know the human body could bend that way. Alright, so I'll export that, and I think that was that red gate that was way off out on the side there. Oh, oh, okay, so that wasn't the last one, I guess? Oh, no, that wasn't the last one, so maybe the third last one before the lunch break. Alright, so yeah, this is another guy who was competing. I wonder if he was in that gate that was way off to the side there, and then had to go down and catch up with the rest of the course after the second set of rapids, or third set of rapids. It will lower the exposure there. We'll increase the contrast just a bit. Okay, on those highlights, mid tones, shadows, that, and that. Yeah. One thing that I noticed through the competition, a lot of them had a lot of the competitors. They had trouble avoiding the gates. Uh, it's not. Yeah, this is definitely not an easy sport. Like uh, you'll see on what is it? If you see on the Olympics when they're competing, um, yeah, they make it seem so easy, but it's really not. It takes a lot of practice for these people to be able to make it even to make it that far to the Olympics. Okay, so okay, so this was the third last, this was the second last, and this was the last competitor before the lunch break. All right. Oh, okay. Uh, oh, okay. So you started with shells with started out with stills and ended up shooting video. Oh, okay, yeah, that yeah, definitely. Some people they start off just taking regular photos and then end up in video. Sometimes people start in video and end up just taking the photos, and some people do both. So yeah, it's yeah, definitely with photography and videography. Yeah, it's great. It's amazing how they can easily intertwine. Okay, so this is the guy trying to avoid the gate. Okay, so there he is bending to try and avoid the gate. I don't know if he was able to avoid the gate. Right, so we'll turn down uh, exposure a little bit. Okay, increase the contrast just a little bit there. Oh, you still have the kit. So yeah, it's yeah. I also have like the DSLR that I used uh, starting 10 years ago. Oh, you use it for landscapes. Okay, yeah, yeah. I take nature and street photos as a hobby myself. Um, And yeah, it's really fun. Sometimes just going out, whether it's to a park or hiking or something, and just having the camera and being able to take the nature photos there. And where I am, the mountains are 90 minutes away, as long as there's no traffic and no construction. So yeah, it's really nice just to be able to head out to the mountains and get those photos. Alright, so we'll get the midtones, less shadows there. Oh wow, two Nikon D3S bodies. Okay, uh, okay. So you have a 24 to 70 and 70 to 200, and then the 150 500. Yeah, my kit. Like now, I use a Nikon D7200. Um, yeah, uh, the wide angle lens is a 17 to 50 Sigma. The long telephoto lens is a 70 to 300. Tamron 70 to 300. Uh, yeah, I have a DX 35 millimeter, and I have the full frame 85 and 50 millimeter lenses. Yeah, and then I also have what is it? A Voking flash that you can just attach to that flash part, the top part of the camera there. Yeah, and I still have my Nikon D3100, the one that the DSLR that I started out with. Then I also have my and then I also have the kit lenses, the 18 to 55 and 55 to 200. So yeah, I still have those. Yeah, even the kit lenses that I had used, as well as that D3100. Yeah, you never know when those will come in handy, and you need to bring them out. Yeah, and for me, the D3100, I keep as a backup, just in case. So that, and daylight there. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? Okay, we'll see if we can do the tone enhancer so we can kind of turn space isn't as dark. All right, so there's the tone enhancer, and so we'll do that and that. Mask. We'll have to definitely lower the size of that. Not like that. Okay, so we'll lower the size of that. Like that. Okay, so now, and paint that out so that way it's too much of that. Ooh, notice that, and then that. Okay. There's the size there, and that, and have support. Okay. There we go. And we'll go back to view mode, and now exposure a little bit, too much, bit. Uh, that. And let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks a lot better. This doesn't look as dark. Uh, as hidden behind the shadows as before. Yeah, that works out nicely there. Right, and okay, there we go. And yeah, there he is now for another one of the gates. Okay, yeah, so I think he made it cleanly through this gate. I don't think it touched either. I don't think he touched either of the poles. But I don't know. But yeah, I don't actually remember there he did or not. But yeah, we want to lower the exposure a little bit. At least from this, at least from this angle, it looked like he made it through the gates there. All right, and that, that, that with the whites there, that with the blacks. That, that. Then daylight white balance here. Don't need to oversaturate it. All right, so we'll export that. Not much else we need to do with this one. All right, so now this one is him just going down the bottom of the course, past the second set of or second or third set of rapids, and as you can see, really fighting the water there. And then as you can see once he gets through all those green gates, then he has to turn around and go against the current in order to get through those red gates. Um, so we'll decrease the exposure here. We'll increase the contrast a little bit, on those highlights a bit, and then midtones, shadows. Okay, and we'll do that. All right, do that. Switch structure. Now the haze a little bit. Daylight here, and a little bit of that. Okay, now we'll export that. And then we'll move on to the next one. I think it was the last competitor before. It was the last competitor before their lunch break. Yes, it is. Or no, second to last, because there's the last one. It was the second to last competitor, so okay. And there he is, after he gets down those rapids there, and he made it through that gate, and then he had to turn around to be able to make it for this gate. And yeah, in many cases they were touching the gates there. This definitely was a very tough course from what I saw. Right, so increase that and increase the whites there. Okay, decrease the blacks. Right, and that to the haze. And there's the daylight filter, or not the daylight filter, the daylight white balance there. Let's do that. Okay, so there was really no need to do anything to increase the exposure on the face there, so that it would be visible because it was very visible there. And was that on the side there? Okay, well we'll have to that. So if we can get rid of it. Okay, so there we go, and can see it's completely natural there. And there he is now turning around to try and get through that gate. And we'll do the exposure there, contrast there, highlights there, and then midtones here, shadows, whites, that with the blacks. There's the structure, haze, that with the white balance there. Very little here for the saturation vibrance. Okay, so we'll export that. Alright, so now here he is, having made it through that gate there, and I don't know if he touched either of the poles of the gate, but definitely they were all trying to avoid the touching the gates. Okay, so definitely, trying to fight that current there. Okay, so we'll turn down the exposure here. The contrast will increase there. Highlights, midtones, shadows up there, whites, and turn on the blacks. And then we do a little bit with the structure on the haze there. And white balance to daylight, and then saturation here. And the vibrance, okay. We'll export that. And there he is trying to get through that other gate that was way off to the side there. And there he is working hard to try and make it through the gate. Yeah, there was a wind, so I don't know if the wind was blowing the sticks of the poles of the gates like that. But yeah, definitely a big challenge with trying to get through this course here. Right, so that exposure a little bit more, and we do that. Do that. Oh, no, we want to raise that. Oh, we want to turn down the highlights, and then turn up the midtones, turn up the shadows, on the whites, and turn down the blacks. That. And then we don't really want to do anything else here. Um, and then there he goes through the next gate here. And actually, one thing that with this one, I'm not sure if they waited until after the previous competitor finished the course or was already on the bottom of the course before they send the next one to go onto the course. But as you can see, but yeah, there was that um, yeah, there was that like what is it, timer or start signal or whatever. Like it was the electronic one, similar to what you hear when there's the skiing, like what they show on TV, um, when you go and at the start gate, it goes beep 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 beep, and then the person goes down the course. That was the same one that they had on this course here for letting the competitors know when it was their turn on to go onto the course. All right, so we do that. Then we put the midtones here, shadows here, do the whites here, right, and there, and yeah. And what On One did was, and I think this was in an update for On One Photo Raw 2020. When you click Recover Highlight Hue, when you turn down the highlights, it keeps the hue intact. It's a subtle adjustment, but it does make a difference, especially when it comes down to landscape and street photos, nature and street photos. Um, it really does make a difference there. Right, so let's export that. And yeah, there's the last photo I got of that competitor. He was on the bottom of the course here. And yeah, as you can see, yeah, it looks like he did make it through this gate, particular gate there. Alright, so well, we don't have to. Yeah, this is what happens when you go all the way down 5 stops for the exposure. You don't have to go that far down. Yeah, you can go that far down if a little bit less. Okay, and you don't have to increase the contrast too much. Like that, like that. Okay, and we turn down the blacks there. We do that. Turn down the haze here. Okay, and now we did that with the white balance there. And again, as you can see, with the saturation and with the vibrance, you don't have to put it too high when it comes on to events and sports. Simply because it's a lot different than nature photography, street photography. Alright, and yeah, here's the last competitor before their lunch break. Um, and I think probably we try first of all try and fight against the current to get through that one gate that's right after these rapids, and also yeah, just trying to keep the water out of his eyes because yeah, well, it doesn't matter if you're on a river or not. Yeah, you're all like when you're on a course, when you're doing this kind of thing, it's on a course that has flowing water like this. You're always trying to ensure that you can actually see where you're going, and so that means also fighting water coming into your eyes there. All right, so got that. Yeah, we don't have to have too much structure there. Um, so like there for the white balance, like that. Really, you know, I don't think we need to really do anything since his face is still pretty visible there. All right, and there he is. Yep, he was turning to try and get to that gate there. Yeah, and as you can see right here, It does look like it touches his shoulder, so yeah, he wasn't able to. I should say, he wasn't able to get through the gate cleanly. So yeah, probably ended up with a time penalty there. Okay, so we'll do. Well, we don't have to do the contrast that high. We can do that. The highlights here. Put up the midtones a bit. Shadows there. That down. Turn that down. Do that. Now the haze a little bit. Daylight there. Okay, there's the saturation. Yeah, we'll trim that down a little bit more. And like that. You can export that. Alright, so. Oh. This part actually gave all the competitors a lot of trouble just because of how close they were to the rapids. Like you have to like they had to go down the first that set of rapids to get through the green gate, and then fight against the current and basically the fast flowing water of the rapids to get through the second gate there, and then they had to turn around so that way they could make it to the next gate. And there he is, trying to avoid hitting this gate here. Um, we'll find, maybe we'll find out in the next photo uh, whether or not he was able to get through that gate cleanly. Right, so we'll raise that a bit there, and then that down. His face is pretty visible there. I mean, it's not completely in the shadows there. Oh, we don't have to turn it down that much. That's a good amount. That. There. And we go there, and yeah, we don't too much here. And then export that. Okay, and let's see. Oh, well, there's your answer. I don't think he made it through the gate cleanly. Because as you can see, there's the pole, and he tried bending, but I think his arm might have touched the gate. So yeah. Okay, now that. I'll increase the midtones, shadows a bit, and on the whites there, blacks a bit, much structure, the haze, daylight there for the white balance, and we do that. Right, so we'll export that. Okay, and this I took during their lunch break because, well, I mean, there wasn't anything going on. This is the Slalom Canoe Kayak truck or van. This is where they serve their where the it was somewhere around here where they were serving their lunch from, and I'm just checking to make sure there wasn't any fringing or any chromatic aberration, which there wasn't. There wasn't any. Okay, yeah, I don't see any fringe. Hold on, let me just. No, there wasn't any fringing here, but anyway. But yeah, this is their van that, and this is where the, well, it was, they had a table set up, somewhere close by the van here, and they were serving the competitors lunch. Yeah, I took a picture of it, uh, just kind of like to show the who were running this event. Okay, yeah, so there won't be any dust spots really to look at, or not look at, but any dust spots to remove um, because well, yeah, if you look, it's mostly the trees and uh, the van and all this other stuff. But yeah, and then yeah, they had a table so either here or here, I forget. But yeah, that's where the competitors were having their lunch. So yeah, I decided to take a picture of this while I was waiting for the second half of the competition to start. And so turn that down. That that much down there, down a bit, and again in daylight. Yeah, I'm looking to see if it needs to be straightened out, but I don't think it really does. Let's see. See if it needs to be straightened out or not. I don't think it really does. Oh wait. This isn't the right way. Saturation of the vibrance a little bit. That, and then let's say use the crop. First time today that I'm using the crop function in here. Try and straighten it out. Um, there we go. Yes, yeah, I guess that works. And there's I'm not gonna do any perspective editing or anything like that, simply because yeah, it's not necessary because this was the angle that I took the picture at. But what I will do is just make it pop a little bit more. We'll do some dynamic contrast, and this helps you with some detail enhancement to make these types of things pop. We'll do a little bit here, down a little bit, got that down. Yeah, don't have to increase the vibrance too much. We'll turn on the highlights there. Not much I can do. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let me reset everything. Okay, so oh, realize that that thing might be an issue, so we'll have to see how to do it. So, I want to decrease exposure. Contrast a little bit. Let me just see how that affects that. Okay, so we'll turn down the highlights a bit more. Midtones, shadow. Oh, we do too much with that, can we? That glare off the truck. So we'll turn on the blacks here. Structure a bit. Oh, no, no, no. That. And I will saturation a little bit more, vibrance a little bit more, and then C. Oh, yeah, because there's person in the photo, in the skin. Now let's see what we can do about this. About that team. Just gotta make sure that still stays intact. What we'll keep it like this, and then and that way we don't have that that glare spot off the car. I just check to make sure that the edited photo um, just check to make sure that the okay, it did. All right, I just had to make sure that the edited photo it did export properly. Anyway, so now uh, and this I took. I think this is the start of the course, if I'm not mistaken. Um, yeah, yeah, this is the top of the course, as you can tell. There's some gates there. Or no, this is still at the bottom of the course, isn't it? Yeah, so I took the photo at the bottom of the course there. Um, I was while I was waiting for the competition to start again. Yeah, their lunch break actually was 45 minutes because, as you can see, the time was 1:18 p.m. So yeah, uh, retouch, visualize the dust. Um, well, yeah, were clouds, but um, looks like the dust isn't visible there. Right, so here we're gonna have to do the crop, so that way we can straighten out the picture. Um, that'll work. Apply it. Right, and oh, here's a fun fact. Uh, um, yeah, here's a fun fact. This building is, I believe, where the Calgary Herald is based. It's somewhere in that area. And this building actually used to be the Canadian Airlines headquarters before they and Air Canada merged. I remember I was a little kid. We would drive on Memorial Drive by that building, and the Canadian Airlines logo would show on the outside. So yeah, yeah, there's an interesting fact that that's where the Canadian Airlines uh, headquarters used to be. All right, so and this is the top of the course, as you can see. Um, calm waters before you get to the rapids. No, 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 no. This isn't the like I. Oh yeah, yeah. I forgot. This is the bottom of the course because yeah, number 18, gate 16, 18. I don't know where gate 17 is. 15, 16, 17 must be over there, and then they have to come back for gate 18, which is right in front of those rocks. So yeah, Yeah, it must be like 15, 16, and then 17 over there, and then they have to come back for gate 18. Um, all right, so okay, so we'll turn down the exposure there, we'll increase the contrast there. The highlights. There's the midtones, the shadows. Wait, actually, we'll increase those a little more. Right, and then that. Turn that down. Okay, and then that. Oh, oh, you know what? There's the saturation, the vibrance. Okay. Anything else? No, I don't think we need to do anything else to this. We don't need to do detail enhancement or anything like that, yeah, simply because it's not the picture of the river, but rather the picture of just the course, and don't really need to increase the details of all the gates and all that. Alright, so it's exported now, and now, yeah, here's the first, no, I don't think that's the first competitor, actually. No, I don't think that's the first competitor. I think this guy was just doing a practice run, or just trying out to see how to handle the rapids or something like that. Yeah, so yeah, I don't think it was actually doing anything, or I don't think he was actually like competing on there. He was on there, but he was on the course, but wasn't competing. I think he was just trying to do some practicing, figuring out the rapids, figuring out how to get through the course. I don't know if had trouble the first time around, and so he decided to start practicing early to see what he could do. Um, right, and that that down. Well, since his face isn't really showing, one point trying to the exposure there. Uh, Not ready to share yet. I don't know. I actually clicked share when I'm not trying to share. And we have to wait for. Okay. Not ready to share yet. Yeah. There, okay. That there, okay. And we'll export that. Right now. There he is again. It looks like he's trying to practice getting through one of the gates. Well, uh, and oh, I'm sure you saw it before I got to this picture that he was going through a gate in the next picture. So yeah, he was definitely practicing trying to get through the next gate. So turn down the exposure there. That. That. There. Turn on the midtone so that way it's not too overexposed. And then do that. Done. Right, and all right, and that's okay. And now don't have to do too much structure. On the haze a little bit. Do the thing. Saturation. There's vibrance there. Uh, you know what? Let me show you Viveza again. For those of you who didn't see it the first time I showed it in the stream, I'll show it to you right now. So, yeah, here's Viveza. Alright, and right, and we'll do that. I'll show you Viveza again. Like I said, the way like I said earlier on, that it's kind of like Color Effects Pro, but the difference is you don't have preset filters. Like you don't have a bunch of filters and all that. In a way, you have to create your own filters. So like they have all these presets, but a lot of these presets are based on all these adjustments here. And so basically you can brightness here a little bit, and do that with the contrast a little bit, saturation a little bit, not too much, structure a little bit, the shadows, pull it down a little bit more, that, and then well, whatever the, and you have these tones here, like that, or the highlights, the midtones, the shadows, and the blacks like that. Then you can do this selective adjustment here, and do it on him. Color selectivity, that I guess. And you can do the basic adjustments here. You can brightness there. Do a little bit more with the contrast. Oversaturate, you can desaturate there. That much. You can add a lot of structure, you can take it away. A little bit there. A little bit with the shadow there. Oh, we don't really want to do anything with that. Highlights a little bit. Tones a bit. That. Blacks a bit, and you can do that, and want to compare what it looked like before, what it looks like now. Just a little more subtle there. See? See a little a bit more subtle there with all these adjustments here, right? And like I said, it's kind of like Color Effects Pro, but the difference is you don't have all those filters to select from. Yeah, you don't have all those filters to select from, so instead you just make the adjustments as you want, uh, like that. You can right, and you can just do like that. There was something there. Vesa is from what I watched from Anthony Morganti video. Was also a way to adjust like pick a specific color. Way to pick a specific color and try and paste that, but I guess it's not here. Maybe? I don't know. I'll have to watch that Anthony video again. Find out. Anyway, okay, so yeah, we'll apply that, and you saw it was just a little subtle adjustment compared to what we had before. So yeah, that's how Viveza is. All right, so I like that one better, so we'll export that. Export it. Next one is this one. Right, and yep, as you can see, yeah, it was like I said, it was kind of given away that he was practicing trying to get through this gate here. Actually, you know what? With this one, I'll show you Silver Effects Pro after I'm done the first set of edits. Again, it's just so that way, in case you missed my demonstration of them earlier on in the stream. So there's the shadows, whites, blacks there, that. It's during the daytime, so we'll do daylight white balance there. Not too much saturation, much vibrance, and then we'll send this to color, or not Color Effects Pro, but Silver Effects Pro, or Silver Effects. Right, and as you can see, with Silver Effects, you can use a preset here. You can also make these adjustments here. So with the global adjustments, brightness or decrease it, we'll decrease it there. Turn down the lights a bit more. Ones will increase. And Silver Effects Pro, that's if you want to make a black and white image of a photo. It's shown this in Color Effects Pro that there is a black and white filter, but Silver Effects Pro gives you a lot more control over how you can make the black and white image look. So, okay, so there's your contrast adjustments. That by the whites a bit. That, and then there's soft contrast. Don't have to do too much there. Structure adjustments, it's not too much. Tones here. Line structure if you want. That. Check the tonality if you want here. That, and then you can do selective adjustments if you want. Happens here. Oh, okay, so this works. That, and then oh, okay. We can do that, and then a little extra there. Here, put there. If you want, you can a little bit there. Increase that. Do like that, and then clear view. That's basically the haze removal. The DxO's way of saying haze removal, and then the color filter. Do like that if you want. Select various. Oh, that actually looks kind of nice. Oh, it did kind of look nice, but the helmet. That helmet. We'll keep it at the neutral color filter. All types. Um, Actually, this Ilford Pan one is gonna work, and you can do film grain. Find Ilford. Yeah, there it is, and we can apply that. All right, so and then we can export that. We'll export that. Okay, this one, I don't think this was an actual competitor in the competition, although he does have his own paddles, but I don't think he was an actual competitor of the competition because this guy came in just out of nowhere. Um, this guy came in just out of nowhere. Uh, he just went through the course, so I think he was just a regular rafter who decided to just crash the event or something like that for a few seconds and allow his raft to just go through the course. I just decided to take the picture because it was kind of funny that yeah, he just came through just like that. Right, so we'll just turn that down. Okay, we'll increase the midtones, increase the shadows. That down. Okay, we'll do this on the haze. Then we'll do the daylight. That. Then we'll do that. And yeah, we can reduce the vibrance. We'll export that. Yeah, I won't show Color Effects Pro with this one though. Right, so we'll go back and I think that it was a group of two of these raptors who just came by. It came through the course like that. Right, and this is one of the race officials. Yeah, he I think handled the bottom of the course, unless there was another one further down. Actually, no, he handled the kind of like uh, the um. Yeah, he kind of handled the middle third of the course, or the middle fifth, or somewhere in the middle fifth of the course. Yeah, so yeah, he was one of those guys who would raise the hand and make sure if somebody hit the gate to let them know they got a time penalty. Um, so yeah, this one we don't really have to do too much with editing this photo. So we'll do that. Do that. Want to do that? We want to increase the shadows a bit. Do that. Okay, so we'll do a little of that, a little bit of that. There. Right, and then we'll a little bit of that. And reduce that. Okay. All right, so we'll edit another next photo here. Right here, and I think this guy was just practicing, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it looks like he was just practicing, this guy. Yeah, this guy was just practicing. Um, right, so, yeah, and again, so he was just practicing before the second run started, because the second run didn't start until about 2 o'clock, 2:10. Uh, so yeah, some people were out on the course practicing for the second run. Um, that much for the haze, okay. Then we'll do daylight there. And hold on, oh, let's click that, okay. We'll export that. And we'll go to the next photo here. All right. And there he is, just navigating the rapids or just the river. It's just navigating either the rapids or the river. We'll contrast, the highlights, midtones here, just the shadows, and the whites we'll do like that. Turn down the blacks, like that. Daylight. Okay, and want to try and increase. I want to increase the exposure of his face since it's pretty dark there. Um, okay, so there's the tone enhancer. Um, wait until up. Okay, there. Invert it, and that here, and oh, actually right clicked on it. Um, there. You know what? It'll be faster if we do like this. Again, and like I said, it's again, like I said, it's the square bracket keys that you're using, whether it's on a PC or a Mac, to increase the size of this, of this particular cursor here. Okay. Right, and we do that. Alright. And do like that. Okay. And I think that's good. So now, we'll increase the exposure a bit. Too much there. Lights a bit. Shadows. See. Like that. And down, and now let's see how it looks. Yeah, that's a lot better, and what I'm gonna do is I'll show you again Color Effects Pro. Again, in case you all missed it from earlier on in the stream. Uh, okay, there we go, and now Set to Color Effects Pro here. And don't worry, Color Effects Pro is going to show up soon. Should have. Hold on, let's try it again. Okay. I was wondering what. Okay. Oh, there we go. There's the copy of it, and it'll load up soon. Okay, here it is. And as you can see, there's the clear view, so you want to do like that, and then if you want to add in grain, right, and polarization. Don't have to do green polarization, just a little bit. That, and then brilliance warmth. A little bit of saturation there. Off a bit. And we'll apply that, and like I said, there's a lot of filters, but that one, there wasn't really too much I needed to use. Right? Check. Okay, so we will rename that file. Right, and this file. We'll rename in this file. Check. Right, and there we go, and now go in here. Here it is. And again, somebody was practicing there, the course. See? Somebody was practicing on the course here. And okay, so we'll turn down the exposure there. That with the contrast, turn down the highlights, midtones, shadows, down. And I'll do that. Like that. There. There. We'll export that. Okay, and now we'll do one more photo, and then I think I'll end the stream. Right, and as you can see, this same person was just practicing while waiting for the second round of the competition to start, or the second half of the competition to start. I guess getting a hang of the river near the rapids. That. turn down the highlights, the midtones, increase the shadows, the whites, and that down. And do that. 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 We don't have to do too much saturation, much vibrance there. Alright, so let's export that. Alright, so alright, so that's that photo, and yeah, I think I'll end it here. So let me just this and that. Close that. Okay, there we go. All right. So before I find something to raid, I'd like to share some links with you. Here's a link to my campsite.bio website. If you want to follow me on my other social media, you can click on that link. Follow me on the social media that we're both on my writing website. The links to my writing website, my photography website are also on there. Uh, if you want to check out my books and if you're interested in buying them, here's a link to my writing website. On the new page in the navigation bar, you click books written, and all the books that have been published so far will show up. There's also buttons there that'll take you straight to the retailer listing if you're interested in buying yourself a copy of one of my books. Here's a link to my photography website. If you're interested in finding out about my photography business here in Calgary, what I do, my portfolio and all the other information, you can click that link. There's also a shop on there. If you want to buy prints, digital downloads, and photo products, my nature and street photos, you can click that link. And uh, the navigation bar, you can click shop and then go through the drop down menu if you're interested in seeing what's in there, if you're interested in seeing, or if you're interested in buying something. If you want to support my photography, here's the uh, link to my Patreon page. And the link to my subscribe star page. On those pages, there are 3 tiers of membership you can sign up for. First tier is photos I haven't shared on any of my other social media. Second tier is early access to the digital downloads of my photos before they go live on the e-commerce website, as well as exclusive coupons to the e-commerce website. The third tier, once I figure out how to get it to work properly, it'll be early access to the VODs of my live stream videos. What I do is after stream, sometime after stream, probably it'll be. Sometimes it's just the next day after stream. Sometimes it's a few days after stream. I post the VODs of my live stream videos onto YouTube, Rumble, and BitChute. So once I figure out how to get that to work on Patreon and Subscribestar, that third tier would be early access to VODs before it goes live on the other 3 websites. Another way you can support my photography is through my Buy Me a Coffee page here. On that page, you can leave a donation if you want. You can also sign up for 2 tiers of membership. First tier is photos not shared on any of my other social media, as well as the once to the e-commerce website, and the second tier, once I figure out how to get it to work properly on that website, it'll be early access to the VODs of my live stream videos. And the final link I'd like to share with you is the link to my wish list. You don't have to buy me anything. There's no obligation. There's no requirement. But if you want to see what's on the wish list, you can click that link and go through it. And if you do happen to buy me something and it happens to be during stream, an alert will play. There's a generic Throne Gifts picture alert, and also a Party Hero song that's the sound alert. So those are the links I'd like to share with you. So now let's find somebody to raid. see before I make a decision here. I'll check Discord first. Let's see. One. Let's see. Okay, I think I know who to raid. It's somebody's birthday today. The Blitz Discord. Her name is Apser17. Uh, yeah. So yeah. So yeah. So yeah. So let's say hi to him and let's say happy birthday to him. So get this raid set up. Let's check to make sure he. Okay, I did spell the username right. So before I make this raid official, thank you everybody for coming in today for this very special stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Christy for the bit. I really appreciate it. Also, I had some followers over the past 2 weeks while I was away from streaming. Chris Gamer 1996. Fandom Girl Kamado and Limited Marco 1979. Thank you for your follows over the past couple of weeks. I really appreciate it. So the next stream, that's going to be determined simply because I'm going to be finishing up editing these photos for the kayak competition, and then after that, it's going to be another photo editing stream. So yeah, back-to-back photo editing streams. But when that happens, I don't exactly know because it'll depend on um, when I'm actually finished with with these photos and posting them and all that. So uh, yeah, that is it's going to be dependent on when I actually finish with these kayak competition photos and posting them and all that. So whenever that is, then the next stream will be another photo editing stream with the Lilac Festival photos. I'll try to start before 11:30 a.m. Mountain Time whenever that next stream is. But as we saw today, I started a little past 12. Um, that's but at least we were able to get still 5.5 hours of work done. So yeah, that was really great. Um, but wherever the next stream is, hopefully be able to see you all there. Now let me make this raid official. Oh, we have somebody else joining. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Alright, looks like we have everybody in here, so I'll quickly wrap this up for the raid. Thank you again, everybody, for coming in today. Thank you for coming in for this very special stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for chatting with me. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching. Thank you to Christy for the bid. I really appreciate it. So the next stream, it's going to be to be determined because it depends on when I finish with these kayak competition photos. When the kayak competition photos are done and they're posted and all that, then the day after or a few days after, whenever, it will be another photo editing stream. So stream after this one will be that's another photo editing stream, back to back photo editing streams. I'll try to start whenever that one is for 11:30 a.m. Mountain Time, but as we saw today, I started a little past 12 p.m. Mountain Time. But anyway, regardless when the next stream, regardless when the next stream is, hopefully we'll be able to see all there. So now let's say hi to Absor17 and say happy birthday to him.